Good evening and welcome.
Okay, good afternoon, members. You're all very welcome to the November Plan and Regulatory Services Committee. Apologies for the slight delay. We were just resolving a technical issue. We'll just get straight into the agenda. Agenda item 1, apologies. I have 2 apologies from Councillor McGowan and Councillor McLean. Are there any apologies from the floor? Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair. It's unlikely Councillor McNally will make today's meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. Not seeing any lights on. So move on to agenda item 2, declaration of interest. Usually we'll just take these as we go through the meeting. On to agenda item 3, departmental business. So agenda item 1, over 6 monthly progress reports. I'm going to hand over to Olga Merkta, Strategic Director, Community and Growth, to present.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. The 6-month progress reports on the annual business plans are currently being taken through each of the services committee for the 2021-22 financial year, and a progress is reported in terms of the different categories of activity that are currently taking place in the building control and planning services business plans. Members will be aware that services are continued to be delivered in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic and significant demand for services. And members, the information is for noting.
Thank you, Olga. Members, are there any questions for the Director? Or members happy to note? Okay, I'm not seeing any lights on or hands up on Zoom, so we're happy to note. Okay, members, so we note that one. We're on to agenda item 4, which is a report from Head of Planning. Item 4.1 is a decision item relating to the Committee for Infrastructure correspondence relating to the plan advice note. I'm handing over to Helen Stopes on Zoom, who'll take us through this one. Whenever you're ready, Helen.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. Members will be aware that Council wrote to the Minister for Infrastructure requesting that the planning advice note entitled Implementation of Strategic Planning Policy on Development in the Countryside be withdrawn. Subsequently, it was confirmed by the Department on the 15th of October of the Minister's decision to withdraw the planning advice note. The Committee for Infrastructure has also written to the Council to inform of the Minister's decision to withdraw the planning advice note, a copy of which can be found at Appendix 1. Within their correspondence, the Committee for Infrastructure has welcomed the Minister's decision to withdraw the planning advice note and advises that she will take stock of concerns raised and will further engage with stakeholders on the implementation of strategic planning policy on development in the countryside. The committee has requested that local authorities engage with the department on this matter. The opportunity to engage with the department on this matter is welcomed by officers, and a copy of the draft response to the Committee for Infrastructure can be found at Appendix 2. It is recommended that members approve the draft response to the Committee for Infrastructure as outlined at Appendix 2. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Helen. Okay, I'm going to bring Councillor Nicholson first.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Helen, for the report. And I am happy to propose that we do write to the DFI in relation to this. But I would say, Helen, that obviously there has been an attempt here by DFI to sort of, I don't know if you all saw the civil servant, Angus, he's a planner, he was appearing in front of the committee. He got a bit of a hard time, I have to say, in relation to this item, and deservedly so. And like, there has to be a question asked to the department: are we in control of planning, or are they? Because this is a wee bit like they're almost like trying to correct our homework. And I have to say, personally, I took great offence at the plan, as you all probably aware of, that really it was almost saying that, you guys aren't doing your job right, and this is the way you should do it. I've always said, and many workshops we've had, we have a very unique geographical area here, and we're not the same in all 11 councils. And I would be very supportive of ourselves through our draft plan to create our own plan for our own area, because PPS 21 was brought in 2010. And obviously that's 11 years ago. So it's sort of past the sell-by date at this stage, and I think it does need to be looked at, and it's something I would be interested in. Obviously we're looking at the minute through our workshops the PPS 21 policy, but I would like to see ABC Council, if we are the planning authority of this area, to have a planning policy of our own that would actually suit our geographical location. So I think that needs laid out to the department in some form. Not sure how you do it, Helen, but I do think, I feel very strongly about this. I really do. I have had numerous people making representation to me. I spoke to the minister myself. To be honest with you, when I spoke to her, I genuinely think she was led by the civil servants on this. And I genuinely believe that, she took their advice, and as ministers, that's what happens. But she was still, she was put down the wrong road in this one. And I do think that, because I'd hate to see this come back to us again, in a different form or a different guise, because I do believe that we are doing a good job as a planning committee. And I know there's other councillors that have to speak for themselves, but I believe that we have taken something on which, is relatively new, and we have done our best with it. And as I say, it's something that, I feel very strongly about it, and whatever we do with the department going forward, I want them to know that. So look, I'm happy to propose, Chair, that we go ahead and write to them, but I would like to sort of add something along those lines that, obviously we feel that we're the competent authority, and that we don't need, if we need advice, we'll ask for it. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. So note your proposal with the slight amendment to include some of your comments, sir. Alderman Anderson.
Well, thank you, Chair. I would second that proposal, and I certainly concur with all that Councillor Nicholson has said. The way this was sent to us and put through us to us with little or no consultation, and certainly did listening to some of the committee and the planners really put through the works at that committee, and it surprised me at some of the questions he couldn't even answer, to be quite honest with you. So it tells us a lot here that maybe, yes, it was the civil servants who were maybe on the leading this, and the minister may not have been really leading it. So anything going forward here into the future, there has to be absolute consultation with the councils, and as regards our own ABC Council, the rural sort of spread that we have, we certainly need to have a big input in there, and certainly something to the fact that that is noted and put into maybe the response that going forward that we would need to have that input, and I've certainly second this correspondence going back. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. We'll note you seconding that proposal. Any other comments from the floor? Not seeing any lights on or hands up. I think we're all. I'll bring in Damien, Head of Planning.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair. And I've listened very carefully to Councillor Nicholson and Alderman Anderson, and I fully understand the position they're taking on this. It's really just to say, I suppose, that the intention behind the letter from the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee is to advise councils that there will be further consultation, there will be further engagement with all councils, and it's to encourage councils to engage back with them. And that will be our opportunity, I think, to highlight the very important points that you've raised today, to make it clear to them, what our position is, what our views are in relation to what they're trying to bring through. So that opportunity will come further down the line. I would expect that, timescale wise, I would expect that probably around early part of next year. They'll probably need some time to take stock of where they are, and then I would expect it around sort of beginning early part of next year.
Okay, thank you, Damien. Yep, I think we're all agreed in this one. It's certainly good that the plan advice notice was withdrawn, and hopefully that consultation will happen. Indeed, it needs to happen if they're expecting us to carry out the sort of planning functions, expecting our planners to make judgments and ourselves to make decisions. They need to be consulting us at every stage. So we're all happy with the proposal from Councillor Nicholson, seconded by Alderman Anderson. Okay, we're all agreed. So on to item 4.2 item for information relating to the Northern Ireland Plan Statistics, the new statistical bulletin. Hand over to Damien Mulligan, who will take us through this one.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. Members, the report before you relates to the statistical bulletin for Q1 of the current business year. A copy of the bulletin, which was produced by Department for Infrastructure, is attached to Appendix 3, and the officer report sets out the headlines from that bulletin. And as you'll have noted, members, Q1 saw an increase in the number of applications received across all council areas. Approximately 4,000 applications were received, and that is 8% up on the previous quarter and 75% up on Q1 of last year. ABC received 10% of those 4,000 applications. The number of decisions issued across all councils in Q1 was 3,455, and that's 6% up on the previous quarter and 90% up on Q1 for last year. And ABC issued just over 8% of those decisions. During Q1, members, ABC received 400 applications, which is the third highest across the 11 councils. We issued the fifth highest number of decisions of all councils, and we concluded the sixth highest number of enforcement cases. Disappointingly, we met only one of our 3 statutory targets, and that was for enforcement. But that performance needs to be considered in the context of our 20% vacancy level during Q1 and the extremely high number of applications received during that reporting period. In relation to local applications, it's worth highlighting, members, that only 5 councils met the locals target, and all 5 received fewer applications than ABC. And in fact, 3 of the 5 received approximately 25 to 30% less than we did. So I'm happy to take any questions or queries around any of that, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, members, do I have any question or queries on those 2 information items, 4.2 and 4.3? Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Damien. It's just, I suppose, regarding once we look at, figures and that, and, we're in control of our own destiny in terms of the deliberations that our own planning officers involve themselves in progressing an application along with this committee's efforts as well. But there are statutory consultees who we rely on coming back within their allotted time frame, and some of those time frames, I understand, are self-imposed deadlines that the various agencies have, and in many cases I'm aware that those deadlines are being exceeded by some considerable weeks and in some cases months. So that's having an impact on our planning application progression. To what extent do you feel that is an issue, and should this committee make our views known on delays, for instance, around perhaps NIEA or some of the other consultees that do take a considerable amount of time to reply, and that thus then adds a considerable amount of time onto our application progression time?
Through the Chair, thanks, Alderman Wilson. Yeah, the role of consultees in the planning process is hugely significant. There are probably 2 elements of the planning process which can contribute to the timescale or contribute to delays: the quality of the application itself when it comes in, and then the time period for consultees. We have received recently details of performance of consultees across Northern Ireland, across all the council areas, but I was interested in finding out what the performance was for ABC. So I've made an FOI request to DFI to ask for a breakdown to see how they're performing for our council area. And when it's received, I'll report it to this committee. Because it is, as I said a moment ago, it's critical to how we perform. I do know that there are a number of statutory consultees that are currently under-resourced. They are facing huge resourcing problems at the moment. I think Rivers Agency is one. DERA as well, I understand it, are also struggling from a resource point of view. It seems to be a fairly common problem at the moment. So that is certainly impacting on us. But there is, to try and give members some sort of assurance here, there is work that's ongoing across governments with central and local government in the shape of a planning forum that's working towards improving and enhancing relations between councils and statutory consultees. So we're working on developing a protocol which will try and speed up the process and therefore will pay dividends around sort of the timescales for processing applications. Now the work's ongoing, so it'll take a bit of time to get there, but certainly it's underway. The issue was identified a number of years ago when the civil service invited councils to comment on what they thought was causing delay in the planning system, and the role of the consultees was highlighted. A report was produced on the back of that. I think we took it to this committee 2 or 3 years ago. And as one of the things that's come out of that report is this planning forum that's been set up. So in answer to your question, work is ongoing, and I'll keep you informed on that.
Thank you, Damien. Certainly a bit frustrating that we have to put in an FOI to get those breakdown statistics. So it is quite important, as Alderman Wilson says, it is an area of concern. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Damien. And I suppose on the back of what Alderman Wilson has been sort of talking about there is I'm aware that one of the consultees is one of our own, environmental health. There's a massive backlog there. So can I suggest, Damien, you work with Gillian Topping, your counterpart? Because the last thing we want to be as a council is to be found holding our own planning department back through our own departments. Now, I know it's a resourcing thing, and it's something I think we need to look at, because it's something that I have heard that environmental health is one of those consultees. But look, back to the figures, Damien, I'm not surprised, and I think we'll have to look at these in the context. I think you're right. The sheer number of applications that have come through the system in the last while, and obviously the difficulty with COVID and the vacancy rates and the ability to get staff, there's no doubt about that's well documented in a lot of industries, not just our own. And it's not just about getting staff, it's getting the right staff, that when they come, they're ready to sort of hit the ground running. So look, all I do is encourage you, Damien, to keep doing what you're doing, and hopefully things will start to improve. I think you're like a tanker in the middle of the ocean, Damien. You're turning it, but it's quite slow, but we'll get there in the end. So, but thanks for your report.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. So members, are we happy to note those reports? Okay, happy to note. So we're on to agenda item 5, report from the head of building control. So 5.1, street name report for Laurel Mount Meadows, and we'll bring in Tom Lavery, who's the head of building control.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. Item 5.1 is a request for the naming of a development located on Kilbergan Road in Lurgan. It consists of 58 dwellings, 56 of which are new dwellings, 2 of which are existing dwellings, and they are currently named as Common Heights. Now, these 2 houses are actually unoccupied, and they are owned by the developer. The developer wants to rename and say his preferred name for the development is Laurel Mount Meadows. And the applicant's main reason for the preferred name is that the development is located beside the old farmhouse on Kilbergan Road called Laurel Mount House. He also states that, in his opinion, that the proposed development would further preserve the identity of this part of Armagh Common. So officers of assessment deem the proposal is compliant, and therefore the recommendation is for approval. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Tom. Any views on this one, members? Both my own views, think it's a very reasonable name suggestion there and takes account of the local heritage of that area going back nearly 200 years. So I'm not seeing any lights on them in, so I'd be happy to propose it. Any other members willing to second? Councillor Nicholson indicated he's willing to second. So a proposal from myself, second by Councillor Nicholson to accept the recommendation. Are we all agreed? Okay, thank you, Tom. On to item 5.2, item for information relating to the new dwelling statistics report.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is the new dwelling statistics quarterly report produced by the Department of Finance, Land Property Services. The information contains details regarding the number of new recorded dwellings that have started and those completed across the whole of Northern Ireland. The full report for each quarter from Q1 of 2005 right through to Q2 of 2021 can be viewed online on the LPS website as noted in the report. Just some of the highlights. And Appendix 2 shows an extract of Table 1.3 for new dwelling starts for each council, right through from Q1 of 2015. And members will note that our council has consistently been in the top 3 performing councils since 2015, with it being the top performing council for 17 out of the last 25 quarters since that time. In the last quarter alone, ABC were again the top performing council, with over 1/3 more new starts than any of the nearest councils. Again, Appendix 3 shows the extract from Table 2.3, which is the new dwelling completions, which also equates to additional rates. And members will also note that our council has consistently been in the top 3 performing councils since 2015, with it being the top performing council for 18 out of the last quarters since 2015. Again, for the last quarter, ABC were again the top performing council. And this report is for members' information, but I'm happy to take any questions members may have.
Thank you, Tom, for presenting those items of that item of information. Certainly, it's a positive news story and reflective that people are seeing the benefits of Armagh, Banbridge, and Craigavon area, and are showing that, putting their money where their mouth is, and coming and living here. It's a great area to live, and all those new residents are grateful, are welcomed, and will certainly definitely take a rates off them. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chair, I totally agree with you. Tom, thanks for the report. It is good. It's good reading, Tom. And as Chair has said, it's reflective of the positivity and the prosperity of this area, and hopefully it'll continue as long as the prices don't keep going to rise. But look, it's great to hear something positive, I have to say, in relation to that. But Tom, again, I suppose I'm asking you a question. Are you fully staffed, or are you currently seeking to fill vacancies? And again, are you experiencing the difficulties that others are in order to get the right people for the places? Just the update on your staff situation. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. We'll bring you in.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I was actually going to bring that up on the next report. No, we're not fully staffed at the moment, between a number of vacancies, long-term illnesses, and vacant posts. We have about 12% down on our staff at the moment, and have been for some time. We are working. We have one of those posts filled, but we are working to fill the others. But it is a process. It's quite a protracted process, and getting the right staff is difficult. Getting trained up building control officers takes about 3 years, but we are pursuing that through whatever means possible.
Thank you, Tom. You content, Councillor Nicholson? Thank you. Okay, members, we're happy to note up item 5.2. So, okay, we're on to item 5.3 again, staying with Tom, just an update on the building control and property certificate application workload.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, item 5.3, just for members' information, it's looking at the department workloads from the 1st of April right through to the 31st of October. And members will see in Appendix 4, in the first 7 months of this financial year alone, we've received 1,965 applications, which is up 500 on last year. These have a notional construction value of just under 125 million. During this 7-month period, we also undertook just over 1,400 plan assessments and issued statutory notices and decisions on all of these. The department has also completed almost 9,000 site inspections in the last 7 months. And as previously mentioned, currently with the influx of applications, our turnaround times are not just as fast as we would like, given the current recruitment issues that we're going through, as I've just mentioned. The department has also continued to deliver the council's property certificate function for the conveyance of properties across the borough. In the first 7-month period, we've received and administered 2,628 new applications and processed and issued and 2,687 certificates to solicitors and agents relating to these property sales. I'm happy to report that that system, we have a new system in place some months ago, and we don't have any backlog at the moment, and 90% of those are being turned around within the targeted 10 days. Thank you, Chair. This report for members' information. I'm happy to take any questions members may have.
Thank you, Tom. Any questions from the floor? Not seeing any hands up or lights on this one, so we're happy to note that one, members. Okay. So we're on to agenda item 6, which is the confidential report. I just have to read out the following statement. Members and online viewers, in accordance with Schedule 6 of the Local Government Act, we will be now moving into a confidential session of the Council. This means that we will be turning off the public feed of the meeting. This will be returned when the meeting is restarted. Can I ask ICT officers to please turn off the live feed and confirm with me when the confidential section of this meeting can proceed? Thank you. So, a proposer and seconder come in. Alderman Barr, Councillor Nicholson. and let me know when we're up and going. Okay, members, that's us back live. We're on agenda item 8, correspondence. There is no correspondence. Agenda item 9, any other business. I haven't been informed that there is any other business. So we'll have a short recess until we come back for the plan applications. When will we recess to? What, 25 past? Okay, we'll recess to 25 past and they'll see us all then we'll deal with the plan applications. Thanks, members. Good day. Okay, members, we're in the agenda item 7 of the committee. It's applications for planning permission. I just need to read out the following statement. Members of the public are advised that the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee is being held in the Council Chamber in Craigavon Civic Centre. However, due to COVID restrictions, the number of persons who can physically be facilitated in the chamber is severely limited. As a result, members of the public are only able to view the meeting on YouTube, and anyone wishing to address the committee has been invited in the first instance as an attendee via Zoom. Audio recording is being used to assist in preparing the formal minutes. Therefore, anyone participating in the meeting consents to it being recorded and being live streamed on YouTube. Also, during the course of this meeting, questions may be asked by councillors who are members of the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee of planning officers, applicants for planning permission, objectors, or those speaking on their behalf. In doing so, councillors endeavour to ascertain the information which they feel is necessary to enable them to determine the application. However, members of the public should note that councillors will not reach a conclusion as to whether an application should be approved, refused, or deferred until the debate on the application has concluded. Okay, members, so we're in the Appendix 1's application number LA08 2019/0742/F. Members, I'll be declaring an interest in this application as I had engagement with some objectors before the issue came to committee, and also be for having a representation and objection to the application as well. So I'd ask that the Vice Chair, Councillor Sam Nicholson, come and replace me as Chair for this item.
Okay, members, thank you, Chairman. So look, obviously, the first application tonight or this afternoon, members, is Appendix number 1, and it's application number LA08 2019-0742F. And I have a couple of lights on in the chamber here. Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to declare non-pecuniary interest in this particular item, as I have previously been received representation from objectors to a previous planning application when I was in my role as a member of the Assembly, and also have received representation in this particular planning application at the minute. So I will therefore not be taking part in the meeting, and I will be leaving the meeting while it's being discussed. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. And Alderman Twyble.
Yes, again, Mr. Chairman, I have very similar reasons to withdraw from the meeting and would ask permission to do so.
Thank you, Alderman Twyble. And members, please remember just to give it a wee pause. Do you see yourself on the screen when you want to speak, in order for the audio to get all the detail of what's been discussed? Okay, members, it's Appendix 1. It's application LA08 2019-0742F. Members, obviously there's an addendum to this. You've all got that. I'm sure you have a chance to see that. We've also got written representations, members, as you're aware of those, from Johnny Buckley, MLA, and Mr. William Semple and Mr. Philip Holland. Also in the meeting, members, we have got on Zoom, we've got Paul McCullough from the Environmental Health Group. And obviously, we've got some people in the chamber, you're very welcome. We have got obviously Councillor Lavery, who's going to make representation in objection to the application. We've got Hazel Semple, very welcome, who's going to make representation in objection to the application. And on Zoom, we have got Brendan Starkey of O'Toole and Starkey Planning Consultants to make representation in support of the application. So we'll make a start. The planning officer, I'll invite Nicola Creaney to address the meeting and give a report. Thank you, Nicola.
Thank you, Chair. This is a full planning application which seeks permission for the retention of a single-storey side extension, a covered sandbox, play building, a fence and boundary treatment, a lean-to structure and alterations to the site layout and surfacing with a proposed rear extension at Holly Park Day Nursery on Upper Church Lane. The recommendation is to approve, and the relevant planning and enforcement history set out in the planning report. I would draw members' attention in particular to a PAC approval under LAO8 2016-1166 in October 2017 for a side extension in the same location, larger than the one constructed, and the details are within my presentation. There are 9 third-party representations received, 8 objections from 4 different addresses, and 1 letter of support. There are no objections from any of the main consultees, including environmental health and DFI roads. And the main determining issues are set out within the planning report. In terms of the principle of development, the site is an existing day nursery. This proposal is for the retention of a number of developments, including the side extension, the sandbox, lean-to, boundary fencing, and layout changes with a proposed small rear extension. There's no concerns regarding the visual impact of these works. The main concerns raised by objectors and considered within the planning report is the amenity of nearby residents and the enforcement history for the site. And whilst officers do appreciate the site is still subject to enforcement investigations, the proposal is not to increase the number of children, amend the play schedule, or the hours of operation. And officers have considered that the noise potential for the proposed development is no greater than the extant approval, and as such must be considered accordingly. This was a position taken by the PAC in its decision of the 6th of October 2017 in granting approval for extensions to the premises. There's been reference to the nature of the 2.9 metre high fence, which is constructed along the eastern boundary of the site. And whilst this has been referenced as an acoustic fence within the planning drawings, officers can confirm this is not a planning requirement and there's no assessment of the impact or benefit on this basis. However, officers in consultation with Environmental Health Department consider that the fence, along with the reduction in hard standing, does provide some limited mitigation and benefit of an acoustic nature. In regards to traffic, access and parking, DFI roads have had no objection and consider the parking provision is acceptable. The issue of staff members parking elsewhere is not a breach of planning. Parking away from any business in a lawful manner is something that cannot be controlled by planning. There are 3 separate current planning appeals for this site, 2 of which were refused by the council, involve the removal of the play schedule. This issue does not form part of this application. The 3rd appeal under LAO8 2021-0267 is a non-determination appeal for the same proposal, which was received in February 2021. And finally, I think it's important to remind members that this proposal, again, involves no changes in the staff numbers, the child numbers, the play schedule, and the hours of operation. And on that basis, the development will not give rise to significant material change that would lead to an unacceptable effect on the amenity of surrounding residents. There are no grounds to refuse this on planning merit, and ongoing enforcement issues with the day nursery are not sound planning reasons for refusal. Conditions have been set out within the report to ensure that this proposal meets the requirements of the SPPS and DCAN 15 accordingly. And I'll go through the planning presentation. Okay, slide 2. So this is the location of the site. As you see, it's just south of the Seagull Hotel. Next slide, please. This is an aerial view of the site. And you can see, some of those extensions, this is retrospective for a number of the elements are in place. You can see those elements on that aerial view. Next slide, please. This, I just thought was useful to show. This was the site actually in 2016 when it was subject to that previous application under 2016 reference that I'd given you earlier. Next slide, please. So this is site location plan. Next slide, please. The site layout and the details then of where those elements are going to be placed. Next slide, please. That's just a detail of the floor plan. Next slide, please. The elevations and details provided. Next slide, please. This is a view of the front of the site, and you can see the side extension just there to the right of the building. Next slide, please. This is a view then from the back of the site, looking towards the south. Next slide, please. This is the view just from the lean-to, looking towards the side extension. Next slide, please. This is a view of inside of the lean-to structure. Next slide, please. This is a view then along the northern boundary of the site, then looking south towards the eastern boundary fence, the lean-to structure, and the sandbox. You can see that there. Next slide, please. This is the sandbox play building. Next slide, please. This is the view then from Ramon Park. Looking towards the site, you can see the site then over towards the right-hand side. Next slide, please. This is a view again from Ramon Park. You can see the site there just over to the left-hand side of the picture. Next slide, please. This is a view of the southern boundary of the site and the access gate that's provided. Next slide, please. And that's a view then from the committee presentation that was submitted under the LOA 2016 application. That was the site at that time. I think that's the final. All right, these are just some photographs. Sorry, that's another image just of the extension to the side, which was approved, a plan and a P. Next slide, please. I should just mention that LOA 2016-1166, I think it is, was approved as a non-determination of pay. So it was approved, although that was a presentation that I had, it was approved at a non-determination of pay. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola, for your report and presentation. Okay, a few speakers regarding this application. First, we've got Councillor Peter Lavery. Councillor Peter Lavery, obviously you're very welcome. You're well known to the committee. So as you know, you've got 5 minutes and that time will start when you begin to speak. Over to you.
Okay, members, issues relating to this site have been ongoing for over a decade, so it is impossible to fit them all in within my 5 minutes. Therefore, I'll highlight a few key pieces of information. As members can see from the presentation, the site is in a heavily built up residential area. When the application was first made on the site for a day nursery in 2011, the application requested up to 60 children be accommodated. This was then amended and reduced to 30 children due to the suggested residential amenity impact 60 would have on the surrounding residents. Over the years, the owner of this business has expanded the development of the site, mostly without initial planning permission, which they then have had to apply for retrospectively, and now the nursery accommodates up to 56 children. With every expansion, the residential amenity for locals has been severely impacted, exactly what was foretold by the planning officers when the initial application was submitted for 60 users. Indeed, in February of this past year, more than 30 complaints were made relating to the breach of the outdoor play schedule alone. The objector, Hazel, will speak in more detail on how these breaches and amenity impact in general of the business has on their day-to-day lives. In short, why should members allow the business to expand when there are already so many amenity issues as things stand? One thing worth noting in terms of the outdoor play schedule is the condition on this application, condition number 5. However, as part of the planning appeal relating to the 2019 planning application, the applicant is trying to appeal for the removal of this outdoor play schedule as they deem it is not needed. Therefore, members could be in the position that they approve this application today, which has the outdoor play schedule to protect residential amenity as required by the officers, then have the PSC deciding to remove the play schedule altogether in their determination for the 2019 application, which would leave the residents high and dry with no protections whatsoever. Therefore, it may be appropriate to defer this decision until the application until the PSE make their ruling on the 2019 application. One other thing to note, on page 10 of the planner's report, it says a fence which has been partially erected on site along the boundary of Ramone Park could help control and improve existing noise levels. Members, this will not be the case, as it is not an acoustic fence, as it is made of shiplap board. And even I was looking into this issue just on myself, I came across a statement from Sharp Shredmore Partnership, who are our acoustic consultants, which stated, although all solid fencing has the potential to perform an acoustic function, in most cases a well-constructed timber fence will be an adequate acoustic fence. However, certain constructions, shiplap timber, for example, should be avoided. Simply put, this acoustic fence is just a small fence that has a very little benefit in terms of noise reduction. And as pointed out, it's already there and it has limited to no impact on reducing the actual noise. A number of other issues, including lack of appropriate number in curtilage car parking spaces, which causes traffic disruption during set down and pickup times, the business running an after schools program that is breach of previous planning approval determinations, as well as the slow pace of planning enforcement on the site, all add up to a feeling that the rights of local residents are not being treated fairly. As a final note, the planning report presented to members contains a number of inaccuracies that Objector Hazel will be able to outline to members if members ask her to do so. To summarise, members, the dead nursery as it stands has a severe detrimental impact on local residents, so I'd encourage members to refuse this application or at least defer the decision until the planning appeals decision for the 2019 application has been completed. If deferred, additional time could be used to provide details of a proper acoustic barrier as well as a site visit for members so they can get a better idea of the situation on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery, and you're well within your time. So there you go. Thanks for that. Okay, the next person that's going to speak is Hazel. Hazel, you're very welcome. You're making a representation as it's referred to Councillor Lavery on objection to the application. And Hazel, you have 3 minutes from you start speaking. So Hazel, you can now address the meeting. Thank you. Go.
Good evening, members. It is now 10 years on since this business was imposed on our neighbourhood, resulting in the creation of serious problems, i.e. excessive noise, parking and traffic problems. Approval of the business on this site and the ensuing adverse impact on the character and amenity of the area has caused an unbelievable stress, resulting in health issues. We were traumatised with no support, considered irrelevant by this commercial business and the ABC Planning Department. We have spent days and hours, occasionally until 3 a.m. in the morning, writing reports to the various authorities and politicians to assist us in our plight. In February, we reported over 30 breaches of the outdoor play schedule, verified by the enforcement team. Why should further applications be approved to our detriment? This was always referred to as a separate issue being dealt with when further approvals were granted. If a licensed premises broke the rules, their license would be revoked. A part residential preschool nursery accommodating 30 children was the limit considered suitable for approval in 2012. 10 years on, and this business is extended to the limits of the site boundary, accommodating 56 children and an after-school club. Through piecemeal and retrospective applications, the operator has succeeded in achieving an excess of what was refused at the outset in 2011. Impacting on the stress and anxiety already caused by the business on our amenity, the operator proceeded to make false allegations, necessitating the PSNI to call at our home on 2 occasions, creating an unnecessary toxic situation. The PSNI erroneously contacted our son in England and caused unbelievable stress and emotional upset until we established the nature of the police contact. The upper rooms of this business overlook our property, and we cannot leave the park without passing this business, thus causing distress that further false allegations will be made. This is attempted intimidation because of my continuing complaints. An active objector on number 27 is now due to serious illness unable to participate. Another active objector at 23 has passed away. Why should we have to live like this? As pensioners, we should be able to enjoy our home and retirement. We respectfully request that the application be refused. The shiplap timber fence is not acoustic, nor is a high hedge, considering the screaming, squealing, shouting, crying, and staff interacting in such close proximity. The withdrawal from the list last month was very obviously because of inaccuracies, which were referred to the officer's report. Which were referred to in the officer's report. I could talk all day regarding how the approval of this business was decided upon and the inaccuracies of planning officer's statements. However, your rule limits me to 3 minutes. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'm happy to assist.
Thank you, Hazel, and obviously members have the ability to ask questions as the meeting sort of moves forward. Okay, the final speaker who's going to be invited to address the committee is Brendan Starkey. Brendan, you're very, very welcome. Brendan's on Zoom. And Brendan, you have 3 minutes to address the meeting. And again, your time will start when you begin to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. Firstly, I endorse and welcome the position of the Planning Department has taken in recommending this application for approval, and agree that this development complies with all relevant planning policy and guidance. Permission is sought under this particular application for alterations and extensions to the existing nursery. These works are very minor and include small extensions, a lean-to, covered sandbox, soft play area, surfacing and a fence. These measures are modest and provide improved facilities for children attending the nursery. It's critical to note that this application does not seek to increase the number of children or staff attending the nursery, and as such, there will not be any increase in the volumes of traffic entering or egressing the site. Moreover, this proposal does not seek to alter the terms of the previously approved outdoor play schedule, which restricts the number of children that can play outside at any one time. Comments made by objectors with regard to these matters are misplaced, and they carry no weight in the assessment of this particular planning application. Contrary to the views expressed by the objectors here today, the fence, soft surfacing and lean-to represent a betterment by mitigating the noise of children playing outside. This position is endorsed by the Planning and Environmental Health Departments. Members should be aware that the applicant and operator of the nursery was not compelled by any planning permission to erect an acoustic barrier along the eastern boundary of the site, but she installed this fence in good faith and at her own expense in response to concerns made by some residents. Overall, members, this application fully complies with all relevant planning policy and guidance in that it does not have an undue visual impact upon the character of the area. It causes no harm in terms of amenity impacts and ultimately reduces the noise impacts resultant from children playing outdoors to the betterment of neighbouring residents. We would urge you to uphold the position of the Planning Department and approve this planning application. Thank you for your time this afternoon, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Brendan, and thank you. You're well within your time there. Okay, members, just to remind you, Paul McCullough is here on Zoom from the Environmental Health Department. So members, moving into questions. So if you have any questions for either the planning officer, Nicola, or any of the objectors or the supporter, I've got Alderman Wilson.
Thanks very much. It's maybe one for Paul McCullough, and it's just generally, have we in the past, it's not something to recall, but in the past, have we ever had conditions discussed or imposed in regards to the noise children make in, a group, i.e. a school? Because I know in my particular zone, there's a few schools that are embedded within local villages and towns, and it's not something I'm familiar with in terms of when there can be quite, a noise, but it'd be a noise I would associate with, I suppose, fun and games and that type of thing. But I'm just, I'd be interested in Paul's experience in that, what his views has been in such circumstances, and have they, what has been their material consideration in law, in particular with regards to the Planning Act. What weight is given to the noise kids make, when they're brought together in one place, because there's a number of environments where that is the case, and it seems to happen all day, every day. I'm thinking of in particular, and also in housing estates as well. So it's just something on a wider, opening theme I would be keen to establish, if that's a possible answer that can be given.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Paul, do you want to address that question, Alderman Wilson?
Chair, yes. That actually may be a question better directed at my planning colleagues, as it relates to sort of other situations where planning conditions of this type may have been applied. So I may ask Nicola to see if she's aware of any other situations.
Thank you, Paul. Nicola?
Well, any application for a school or play group or community centre, we would have to consider the residential amenity of what's immediately adjacent to it. In terms of this application, though, this application isn't to establish the principle of a day nursery on the site. This application is for extensions to that nursery, so that's where there's a difference. And although we are considering the residential amenity within the report, and that has been a consideration, it would be different if it was in terms of the principle of development. We would be looking at what the details are. And we would have looked at that at the time of the initial application, when there was originally 30 children submitted on the site, and then that application was amended to 56 children a number of years ago. So, but those issues have already been agreed through a previous permission, and those are not for discussion or change today as part of this application. But they would have been considered at that time of whether it was relevant. And the increase in the number of children is because a play plan was provided in regards to this application to try and mitigate those issues. Maybe I should just mention, there was comment by the PAC officer, or there was comment in regards to the previous PAC decision about, there was comment in regards to, these are sort of issues that the sort of noise and issues are what would be expected in a residential or in an urban environment. So it is something which they did consider would be something that they would hear ordinarily in a residential environment or in an urban environment, which is within that report.
Thank you, Nicola. Alderman Wilson, do you want to come back? Are you happy enough for that answer? You want to come back? Okay.
Yeah, and I suppose your last comment there, Nicola, sort of what I was edging around in terms of expectations, in within urban environments. I suppose, non-scientifically, kids' default position is largely noise. As a father of two boys, I can certainly attest to that, but I get the fact that not everybody appreciates noise. So, but I suppose it's establishing what is reasonable and unacceptable. But as you say, that's not the basis of this application, given the fact that it already exists and there's an extant approval on that. But in terms of the actual figures, is it the case, or maybe I'm wrong, is it not the case that in terms of the capacity that's set by the trust, the health trust, is that correct in terms of the numbers that are allowed to be within a childcare facility, in terms of the floor space and the general amenity of that particular site? Or is that actually set by planners? Or I was under the impression it was the health trust that set those figures based on the number of staff then as well, and that type of thing.
Thanks, Alderman Wilson. I've got Mr. Sharkey here with his hand up. Maybe he can address that, obviously as the agent. Do you want to address that, Mr. Sharkey?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just thought it might be helpful. I know, and I agree with what the planning officers have said there in terms of the principle of a nursery on this site to accommodate up to 56 children is established, and that's not really what we're talking about today. But I just thought it would be useful to highlight to members that planning permission was granted by this council for an extension of the ARC Day Nursery and that extension was, if I can just get the numbers, from 78 children up to 134. And just to provide a bit of context, that site was completely surrounded by properties whose rear gardens abutted the rear garden of that particular nursery. A noise impact assessment wasn't required in that particular instance. Environmental health were satisfied that a 2-metre high fence would be sufficient to address those noise concerns. So I just thought it would be worth mentioning that to highlight that these types of facilities are you find them within urban environments, and they can be accommodated appropriately in a manner that doesn't impact unduly from a noise perspective on neighbouring residents. And a much bigger nursery than this one was approved in a much more sensitive location in this. Again, I don't want to detract from the main issue because the principle of a nursery is established, but I thought it would be useful just to provide a bit of context.
Yep, thanks, Mr. Sharkey. But as you well know, every application stands on its own merit, and we have to deal with what's in front of us. So I appreciate your input, but I was bringing you in to sort of, if you could clarify how numbers are calculated. But if you can't, Nicola, do you want to address that? Thank you. Okay, Nicola.
Screen hasn't switched over yet.
Let's see them.
Thank you. There are restrictions in terms of the planning. We do look at the numbers of children, so that is a consideration because we have to look at the numbers even in terms of the traffic that's predicted on the site and the size of the building as well. So, those are all factors which we look at. The health service or the trust or whatever, they do have separate figures, I think, in terms of what they require. But so there would be two mechanisms really that would be in place in regards to day nurseries. It wouldn't just be one or the other. It's both things really would be considered.
Thank you, Nicola. Alderman Wilson, you content? Okay. I'll let you back in one more time.
Oh yeah, I was just because I was aware of another case where a nursery was under its quota in terms of what the trust permitted, and I know then they had to, but their condition on planning was reflective of their current figure, and then when they realised that they could, exceed that by the trust's own direction, then that required a change of condition, but it was eventually approved. So I get what you're saying in terms of it is a two-track approach. Thanks. Okay.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. I'm going to bring in Mrs. Semple here now because I think you wanted to address, I think you've got something you wanted to address within that point. And as chair, I'll just switch you on now. There you go. You address the meeting.
Mr. Starsky is talking about a completely different situation. We're talking about Holly Park Nursery, and we live in the area. We know how it's affecting our amenity. The play area is at the back of the building. The sound reverberates off the building back in our direction. And the fence is not at all any help to stopping the noise. Daily, we can hear, as soon as the children come out, we can hear the noise and the screaming and the shouting and the staff interacting. And if the fence was suitable, why would we be able to hear that? You can't compare it with another nursery. Our situation is a different area. And the one he's referring to is not relevant.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Semple. I've already said, Mr. Sharkey and the members, we deal with what's in front of us. So it isn't relevant. This application stands on its own merits and will be discussed accordingly. So thank you. Councillor Savage, you have a question for?
Thank you, Chair, for letting me in there. Just want to go back, as you did, Chair, we're looking at this application. Nicola, the first question is probably for you. Councillor Lavery and his objections seem to allude to that the number of children on site, the outdoor play schedule, and the fence not being an acoustic fence. So I think from reading the report, and you, as you said yourself, that it isn't an acoustic fence, but it has some sound muffling qualities. In terms of the issues he raised, are they something that, from reading the report, that we shouldn't be considering in terms of this report, that they're not the issues that are up for decision here? So just, Nicola, could you just clarify once again, just for everybody here, what exactly we are considering and what is not in terms of the objections that were made?
Thank you, Councillor Savage. I'll invite Nicola.
Yes, through the Chair. The issues of the number of children, the outdoor play schedule, I mean, those issues are already established. Those issues that are being raised by Mrs. Semple in regards to the noise of children playing and the impact of what that is, those are already existing issues. They're not in regards to the specific proposal. This proposal is for an extension to the side which is already constructed, and there was a bigger extension approved, as I said, under the 2016 application. And there are other minor elements like the sandbox, the lean-to, and there has been soft surface input onto the site. I mean, if you looked at the photographs that I'd shown, the aerial view from 2016 and the current aerial view, you can see the amount of hard standing is significantly reduced at this site. So what we're considering today is just those changes, not the principle of development on this site and not the issues that are being raised in regards to enforcement issues. Those are completely separate. If we were to refuse this permission, are we asking really for the fence to be taken away, for the extension to be removed? Are they going to impact really what is taking place here in regards to what those objections are? So they'll still be there. The objections would still be there, even if those elements would be removed today or be refused. So as it stands, there are no planning grounds for us to say that that those aren't acceptable.
Thank you, Nicola. Do you want back in? Oh, different question. Okay, Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me back in. And just maybe one for Paul. In terms of the noise, I know from reading the report that isn't a consideration, but if I could ask Paul what measurements or when they were taken and what results were from the previous applications, just to have an idea of what the levels were and what any mitigations might be needed or were not needed, Chair. That's all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. Paul, you want to address that, please?
Yes, Chair. I'll address it as best I can without wanting to go over the old permission, which, as Nicola has said, has been granted and the use is extant. Certainly, we have had a look at the site, and there is noise that comes from the children's play area. That is undoubted, but that comes with the original permission that was granted. So our assessment of it is there is nothing unusual in the amount of noise that is being created. It is what you would expect from a childcare nursery, but as has been stated, it is audible in the confines of the neighbouring residential property, but that is not, given its locality, that is not a surprise.
Thanks, Paul. Are you happy enough, Councillor Savage? Okay, thank you. Okay, members, I've no more lights. Councillor McClellan, you had your light on, but you've taken it off. Do you want to? You shy?
Chair. Yes, Chair, thanks for letting me in. And up to a point, my questions or queries were answered, both in terms of the extent applications and so on, but it was around the close proximity of the Craigavon Junior High School to the site in question, and just if it could tempt perhaps environmental health into a comment as to the potential effect that the noise coming from the school would have, if that's seen as a relevant question. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McClellan. You're busy this afternoon. Paul, this one's for you as well.
Chair, there hasn't been a detailed analysis done in relation to the school. So it would be unfair of me to put conjecture in front of you. But I say I think I have made my comments in relation to what the actual effect of the extant permission is, and I think that's probably as far as we're reasonable to go.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, Councillor McClellan's happy enough for that. I have another light on, Councillor Toman.
Thanks, Chair, for letting me in. It's just a point for clarity just before we move into the debate stage. There's 2 enforcement cases outstanding. I'm aware that they're not relevant to this application, but in other cases, if the application was approved, those enforcement action cases would drop, but that's not the case here. They're relevant to different applications. Is that the case?
Thank you, Councillor Toman. Nicola, you want to take that?
From what I'm aware, there's 2 enforcement cases. I think one is for the retention of some of these buildings or structures that do require permission. So that case would close if this was granted permission. But there's an existing investigation still in regards to the breach of condition in regards to the play schedule. I think that's ongoing.
Happy enough, Councillor Toman? Clear enough? Okay, thank you. Okay, members, any other questions for anybody? Nicola, just for clarification, just from my head, so we had an original approval in 2016, obviously prior to council taking the power of planning. Then there was an appeal which changed that decision. Is that right? And then now we have an application in front of us to rectify that. Well, just can you clarify what the sort of the timeline is in relation to this? Because obviously it's been said it's been going for quite a while. So just for my notes, please, just give us a wee bit of a timeline from 2016 on, please. Thank you.
Well, I'll go right back. The permission was granted in 2012 for 30 children. And then in 2014, there was an amendment to request that it be increased to 56. And there was a play plan approved as part of that decision. And that was approved in 2016. In the LAO 2016-1166, that drawing that I'd shown you, there was a request for a single story side extension and the retention of a single story rear extension. You can see that in the photographs. Looks like a large sunroom. And that actually did come to committee because we asked committee for advice on it prior to putting forward a recommendation at the time. That was the procedure. So committee did consider that application, but it was a non-determination appeal. And the PAC upheld the decision and approved it in October 2017. Then 2019, we received 3 planning applications. This was one of the 3 applications, and the other 2 were applications to remove the play schedule from the permission in 2014 and 2016, because that condition had been attached and is attached to this one as well, as we're recommending it to be attached. So there was a condition attached that the play schedule is required under 2014 and 2016. So there are 2 separate applications at the minute which are are in regards to removing a condition, and they're subject to an appeal. We've refused those, and they're subject to an appeal. There's no PAC decision at the minute. A new application then came in at the beginning of this year because of the delays in determining this application. They came in for a non-determination application for this application. So I would say if the council were minded to approve this, that appeal would probably be withdrawn, possibly. It depends really. If not, it will go ahead if there's no decision on this. Hopefully that I haven't confused things more enough. Explained that to you.
No, that was very, very helpful, Nicola. And in relation to the appeal you referred to about the play schedule, obviously, if we approve this tonight, just for clarification in my head, if we approve this tonight with the play schedule, how does that work within, because the appeal is on the previous application with the play schedule, so therefore that appeal shouldn't affect this application. Am I right in saying that?
Just waiting on it coming through. Yes, I mean, those appeals are very specifically for the 2014 application and the 2016 application. So those would go ahead and determine it. The PAC commissioner would determine it on the basis of those other permissions. Now, if we were to determine this and grant it with the play schedule, the applicant would need to consider taking an appeal against that condition, and that's a possibility. But that would be a separate, I mean, they may well wait the outcome of their appeals for those before they would want to take that forward. And that's a separate issue. It's up to the PAC. As I said, we've recommended that the play schedule is required, and that's been, our environmental health have said the same. So it's really up to a commissioner to determine if there's any separate consideration on that.
Nicola, thank you for that clarification and indulging me, because it is a bit confusing, I have to say. There's a lot of detail in this one and there's been a lot of history, but that was very, very useful. Okay, members, we're still in questions, and I'm mindful that Mrs. Semple's got a light on here, but I can bring her in if there's a question to her. So I'm just sort of saying, if we're done with questions, members, I see no lights on. I'm going to move to the debate stage. Okay, members, Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me in, and thanks everybody for answering the questions so far. And we've moved into debate. Now, from reading this here, we really just need to look at the planning issues. There's been other issues raised that are probably out with the competence of this committee to deal with. There obviously is issues between the applicant and the objectors, which again, I don't think this committee can deal with. You know, we have the report in front of us, and it seems to comply with all the planning policies. So, you know, just looking at that a purely planning matter, Chair, I think, you know, I would be sort of swaying in favour of the planning recommendation, but that's really my thoughts at this stage, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. Any other members want to add to the debate? Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, and just again, I'm familiar with a number of nurseries locally, but I'm not familiar with play schedules as such, in terms of the times that we, you know, I know schools have their set times and they're pretty much universal across the spectrum, but I'm aware in the likes of nurseries, younger kids can have different needs in that regard. So I'm just wondering, generally, in terms of enforcement, how enforceable from a lawful perspective is it to restrict kids in their play? That's just something I've never come across it before. So it's the first time I've actually viewed an actual play schedule to my own knowledge via this particular application presentation that has been made available to us. So I'm just wondering, in Council's own, or maybe heading back into a question, but it's a question I'd like answered in terms of Nicola's experience. How, you know, is this our place, you know, strategies like this or time frames, or is that a normalised thing in terms of a nursery? Just for my own benefit.
Alderman Wilson, thank you, but you have sort of moved in towards question as a former chair of this committee, but in this occasion, I'm going to let Nicola address the question, okay?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any, this is the only application where I know of a play schedule being placed on it, and it was required as part of the mitigation. And we did consider that it was enforceable under the previous assessment. And in addition to that, when the PAC determined the 2016 application, they agreed and put the play schedule on as well. So, it was further validated in regards to that decision. But I have no other experience of other nurseries where we've used it. But at the time that it was actually used in this application, there were other examples provided to us of it being used in other places. And that was the reason why we considered that if it has been used in other places, yes, it was appropriate.
Thank you, Nicola. And members, we are in debate. And if there's no more lights on, members, we're going to move towards a decision. I'm going to ask one more time, members, any other lights on for the debate? Otherwise, I'm going to move to decision. Okay, members, no lights on. I'm now going to move to a decision, please. It's open to the floor. Thank you. Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm happy to propose that we accept the recommendation as outlined in the officer report.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, and just based on the conversations and what is before us, I'm content to second it on that basis.
Okay, members, we've got a proposer and a seconder to accept the officer's recommendation on this application. Is there any other proposals coming from the floor? Okay, members, I take there's no more lights on. Are we all agreed with the proposal and the second of this recommendation? Yes, agreed, members? Great. Okay, thanks, members, and thank you for addressing the committee. Okay, I'm going to hand back over to the chair for appendix number 2. Thank you.
Okay, members, we're going to move on to Appendix 2. It's application number LA08/2019/0718/F. So I'm handing over to Roisin Hamill, Principal Planning Officer, to present the report and PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you, Chair. This is a full application for the erection of a wind turbine to replace an existing turbine approved under O 2012-0414 on lands 370 metres southeast of number 10 Tallbridge Road, Portadown. The proposed wind turbine is to have a hub height of 40 metres and a rotor diameter of 44 metres, along with associated development. The proposed turbine will replace the existing turbine on the site, which has a hub height of 30 metres and rotor diameter of 30 metres. While the application includes 2 substations currently on the site, which have not previously been granted planning permission, it's not proposed to physically alter these structures. The application is being presented to committee as more than 4 objections from 4 separate addresses have been received. In total, 5 representations have been received from 4 separate addresses and a petition of objection with 15 signatures. The issues raised in the correspondence relate to the visual impact of the turbine, noise impact, and impact on property values. The proposal has been assessed against the relevant policies, including RE1 of PPS 18, renewable energy, which states that development that generates energy from renewable sources will be permitted provided the proposal and any associated buildings and infrastructure will not result in an unacceptable impact on public safety, human health or residential amenity, visual amenity and landscape character, biodiversity, nature conservation or built heritage interests, local natural resources such as air quality or water quality, and public access to the countryside. In assessing the impact on public safety, human health and residential amenity, the potential impacts arising from separation distances, noise, shadow flicker, ice throw and reflected light have been considered in detail in the report. In consultation with Environmental Health Department, officers are satisfied the wind energy development does not result in an unacceptable adverse impact on public safety, human health or residential amenity. In assessing the visual amenity and landscape character impacts of the proposed turbine, the applicant has engaged the services of Park Hood Chartered Landscape Architects, who have submitted photomontages to provide a comparative visual reference of the proposed turbine in the visual landscape resource. The report identifies a number of critical viewpoints of the existing and proposed turbine. Officers have identified 2 additional critical viewpoints, and an assessment of the proposal from each of these viewpoints is set out in the report. Officers accept that the proposed turbine will be visible from a number of viewpoints in the area. However, given there is an existing approved turbine on the application site, officers attach weight to the fact there is an established visual impact of the landscape. The test, therefore, is whether the proposed increase in height and scale is so significant it would result in an unacceptable adverse impact on the visual amenity and landscape character of the area. As set out in the report, given the screening and backdrop provided by existing mature vegetation and the separation distances from critical viewpoints, officers are satisfied that the proposed wind energy development does not result in an unacceptable adverse impact on visual amenity and landscape character of the area. In terms of biodiversity, nature conservation or built heritage interests, NIEA Natural Heritage has been consulted and have advised they have considered the impacts of the proposal on designated sites and other natural heritage interests, and on the basis of the information provided has no concerns. In relation to built heritage interests, Tallbridge House, a listed building, lies approximately 442 metres to the northwest of the site, and a rath lies approximately 470 metres to the east of the application site. Given the separation distances to both intervening vegetation, landform and built development, it is considered the proposed development will not result in any unacceptable adverse impact on built heritage interests. No objections have been received from NIEA or the Environmental Health Department, and for that reason it is considered there are no unacceptable adverse impacts on air or water quality. The proposal is located in privately owned land and is considered the proposal will not adversely impact on public access to the countryside. All of the issues raised in the submitted representations have been considered in detail in the report. Officers consider that the proposal complies with the SPPS and all other relevant planning policies and are recommending that the application be granted planning permission subject to the conditions as set out in the report. And I'll just take you through the slides. And you can see the location of the site within the general areas between Moy and Portadown, just to the north of Loughgall. That's an aerial photograph of the site, and that's the red line of the application site. And again, that's the site location plan, and you can see the red line of the application site with the Ardress Road to the north of the site. This is a photograph of the existing turbine taken from the Ardress Road, and the arrow just shows you roughly where the photograph's taken from. This is a photograph from the Fernagreeva Road, just as you come onto it, again, of the existing turbine that's on the site. This is a photograph taken further along the Fernagreeva Road. Now, from this portion of the Fernagreeva Road, there are high hedges and banks along the roadside, so this is taken at a gap in that hedging. This is a minor road off the Fernagreeva Road, also known as Fernagreeva Road. And from here you can see the front, you can see to the front of the turbine with the backdrop of vegetation. And again, this is another viewpoint taken from that minor Fernagreeva Road. And that's just the site layout that's been submitted with the application. And these are the elevations and finishes. These are the photo montages that were submitted by Parkhood. On the top, you can see the existing turbine from the Ardress Road, and on the bottom, you can see superimposed the proposed turbine. And again, this is from Fernagreeva Road at the same point where the other photograph was taken, just at a gap in the hedge. On it, again, to the top, you can see the existing turbine. On the bottom, you can see the proposed turbine. And this is the third critical viewpoint identified by Parkhood, again taken along Fernagreeva Road. And again, on the top is the existing turbine. You can see it fairly well screened by existing vegetation. And on the bottom, you can see the proposed turbine. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Roisin. Members, you will see that there is an additional written representation from Desmond Greenaway and a corresponding addendum report, which is all in our decision time. Also, members, we are joined by Gavin Smith from Clyde Shanks Limited as the agent. Gavin has speaking rights for clarification purposes. Okay, members, we're into the question phase. Do any members have any questions? Councillor Nicholson.
Yep, thanks, Chair. You have to wait for that. Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Roisin, for your report. Very detailed report and a very sort of a clear report. Just one thing, Roisin, that I just want to, is there any external works bar the replacement of the windmill? Is there any lane works or any additional ancillary works required for this project, or is it just purely replacement of the windmill? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nixon. Roisin, I'll bring you in.
Through the Chair. No, it's replacing the wind turbine on site, so the substations are staying the same, and the access tracks are those temporary geotile access tracks. So no, there's no other infrastructure other than replacing the turbine on site.
Thank you, Councillor Nixon. You content? Okay. Any other lights on? Councillor Duffy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just looking, the applicant, has he received any complaints about the turbine in the past, about noise and site viewing and anything?
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. I'm not sure whether that would be a question maybe for the planners or maybe environmental health. I know the agent's here as well, so we'll ask maybe Roisin in the first instance.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it is my understanding that in the past there was a complaint regarding noise from the existing turbine from a resident in the local area. Now, she is aware that there's a current application in the system and she's content that the application progresses. What I would say is whenever the original approval was granted for the turbine 30-metre high hub height, there was a condition added with regard to limiting the noise. However, as technology has advanced and as we have advanced in terms of our assessment of wind turbines, the conditions that we're proposing, and Paul maybe elaborate on this as well, they're much more robust in terms of measuring and ensuring compliance with the noise limits at sensitive receptors. It will require a lot more of the applicant and the operator to ensure compliance with those conditions to ensure that it doesn't exceed the noise limits that are set out.
Thank you, Roisin. I think we'll bring in Paul from environmental to clarify those. Oh, I don't think it was on speaker there. So bring in Paul from environmental health, maybe just to clarify some of those issues with regards to noise.
Yes, Chair. Just to reiterate what Roisin has said, the proposal as presented before you, there are recommendations with conditions which are much more robust than what would have been applied to the original turbine, just with the advancement of knowledge in relation to these things. And these are standard conditions that are being applied regionally and across the UK. And as I say, they do provide a mechanism of control where the turbine were to operate outside of its predicted noise emissions. It has to be said we've gone through the report, and those predictions of the emission of noise from the turbine are within the recommended guidelines.
Thank you, Paul. You content, Councillor Duffy? Okay, Councillor McClelland.
Yes, Chair, thanks for letting me in, and thank you to Roisin for the presentation. In terms of the impact of this on the nearby built heritage, and specifically, I think it's Albridge House. I think in her presentation, Roisin talked that this particular application was some 440 metres away. Now, I certainly get that it is for a replacement and so on, but in terms of applications such as this, my question would be, the 440 metres is obviously quite a distance. Is there a lower limit in terms of the distance? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McClelland. I'll bring in Roisin.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of archaeological remains, and you will recall I said there was a raft to the west of the site. In terms of archaeological remains, the standard advice is anything that's within 200 metres would require a consultation with Built Heritage. Obviously, this is outside of that. In terms of the listed building, it's not as clear. It's about whether or not it would affect the setting of the listed building. In this case, there is intervening vegetation, there's intervening buildings, and there's intervening landform. So, it's very difficult to view the two in the same proximity. So for that reason, we're satisfied that it wouldn't have any impact on setting of that listed building. Similarly, there is another listed building 770 metres to the northwest of the site. And again, you have landform, you have vegetation, you have the Ardress Road, and intervening between the two. So for that reason, we're satisfied that it wouldn't have an impact on Built Heritage.
Thank you, Roisin. Content, Councillor McClelland. Just on that point, Roisin, about the raft 470 metres away, I think you mentioned, the 200 metre limit. Are you 100% certain that there's no natural heritage within that 200 metre ring that would require consultation?
In terms of natural heritage, we've consulted with NIEA, and obviously there's been a survey submitted with the application, and they're satisfied that there will be no impact. So in terms of natural heritage, we're satisfied, and no, we're satisfied that within the 200 metres, there's nothing in terms of built heritage that would require consultation.
Thanks, Roisin. Councillor Nicholson.
Yes, Chair. Thank you for letting me back in. And I suppose just for clarification from probably maybe either Paul or maybe Roisin, obviously there's a replacing one turbine for another. Is the same stipulation noise levels, sort of regulations apply to, even though it's bigger, it can't be noisier, I suppose I'm kind of coming from. So therefore it really is primarily because there's an existing, and when it's about the visual impact. Am I right in saying that, Roisin and Paul? Like there's no increased noise level or anything?
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. I'll bring in Roisin first.
Thank you, Chair. A bigger turbine doesn't always necessarily follow that it's a noisier turbine. And in fact, I think the case has been found quite the opposite more recently. Again, technology's advanced. So where you might have had a noisier mechanical turbine, we've been finding that more recent ones maybe aren't as noisy. But in terms of the guidelines, the guidelines are the same, the limits are the same. ETSU sets limits at which they should be complied with. There's a fixed daytime limit and a fixed nighttime limit. And the noise assessment was submitted to show this complying with those fixed daytime and nighttime limits. So in terms of the guidelines, no, that hasn't changed. That's still the same.
Thank you, Roisin. You content, Councillor Nixon? Okay, Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Roisin. Just on the back of what Councillor Nicholson has said, would have been my question as well. The wind turbine condition 2 is a Vesta V44. And just to work out what has already been said, does that mean that Pacific model, or what it is, will maybe be just less noise or no more noise than what's already in place at the moment? Rosie, maybe it's something Paul could let on here or tell us, but I'm trying to get this noise level, not because it says to allow the council to control the noise levels. Will it be just as easy to control those noise levels with this increased size of wind turbine to the present one that's already existing? That's what I'm trying to get at here. And in that case, the noise can be monitored just as easily, or not better, because of the updating of these wind turbines as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. Maybe I'll bring the agent in if they have any knowledge that they want to share about, this particular wind turbine. So Gavin, if you can hear us on Zoom, just unmute yourself and then maybe give a bit of background on this turbine and sort of how you monitor the noise and so on.
Thanks for bringing me in there. Sorry. Yep, thanks for bringing me in there. But yeah, condition 2, Vestas V44, having reviewed, the noise conditions that have been attached or suggested to be attached to any decision. We're comfortable with those planning conditions, and that those planning conditions can be met. Like what was said earlier on, as these turbines develop in terms of, becoming less noisy, for want of a better term, the increase in technology for those turbines, means that they are less noisy than what they previously were years ago. So, with regards to those conditions, we're content that we can satisfy those.
Thank you, Gavin. Are you content, Councillor or Alderman Anderson, or bring it back in?
Thanks for that response. Really, what we're saying now is, with a more modern type of wind turbine, basically, although they are a taller turbine on a larger size, they're not necessarily any noisier. In fact, they could be less noisy, and it would be a betterment rather than sort of increased noise. Would that be picking up right by what you're saying? Thank you.
Yeah, you'll just come back in that, Gavin, essentially just becoming more efficient and doing what their purpose is, and less energy in terms of noise and all that there. So that's sort of saying, Gavin?
Yeah, that's effectively right. As you know, with even mobile phone technology, as things progress, things get better. So the same applies with wind turbines. And just to point out as well, just while I'm speaking, with regards to the existing turbine that's on the site, the existing turbine would create green energy to power approximately 114 homes, whereas this proposal will power 234 homes. So that's an increase of 120 additional homes that will be powered by this proposal. And obviously bearing in mind the whole UN climate change conference that's happening at the moment, so I think that's something to bear in mind as well.
Thank you, Gavin, and those certainly are pertinent points. Are you content, Alderman Anderson? Okay, members, not seeing any more lights on at this stage, or any further questions before we move into debate? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so we'll move into debate. Do any members want to give views on this one? For me, it seems to be reasonable in terms of, meeting various noise criteria, providing a more efficient turbine, able to, I suppose, provide more green energy as well. So it seems to be that, a positive one now that it's been confirmed that all the guidance and requirements are being met. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, I would mirror what you've said, Chair. I suppose it's an interesting week to be debating this with COP21 currently underway. I think by all accounts, going forward as a committee, we can probably expect a few more of these innovative type, renewables coming to the fore and coming through this committee, and we have to be alert and aware of I suppose, all the ramifications associated with them, but the benefits, and that has been deliberated on this evening. In my own circumstances, the walking route I would do on a Sunday afternoon, I can view 6 turbines from a viewpoint. And it's interesting when you would assume they should be turning, they're not. It seems to be an exact science in terms of wind speeds versus what the generation can cope with, as it, what the turbine can cope with, and also the brakes on them and different things. So from what I can see from my own windows, they're not running all the time. That's certainly not the case in what I have noticed, and someone I've took a bit of an interest in because there are so many of them around me in my own locality. So they're a technical beast by many accounts, and I would agree with you in terms of what you've said.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. I suppose from a planning perspective, because there is obviously an existing turbine and it is being sort of replaced by a larger, probably more efficient, more modern, more technologically advanced turbine. There could be a betterment here in relation to not only just the additional homes and the additional power this will create, but also so for me, it's very much about the visual impact. Always brings me back in this committee to Councillor Jones. He'd be out the door by now, you know what I mean? He would just completely is against these from the start. But I think as a committee, we have been very, very sort of proactive and we have sort of dealt with each one in their own sort of totality. And I think this one is something that I think that, good detailed report, and I think we have a good debate on it, Chair. So as I say, it's relatively straightforward for me, Chair, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Tillman.
Thanks, Chair. And yes, I just want to concur with the comments so far by members. And I think also in the absence of evidence impacting on property value, I think if it was that evidence, it would have been a much more difficult decision we would have today. But considering the lack of evidence given to impacting on property values, I'm happy with the current recommendation of the planning officers.
Thank you, Councillor Tillman. Okay, members, I'm not seeing any more lights on the debate stage, so we'll move into the decision stage. Are there any proposals members wish to make? Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, just based on the debate and the discussion we've had, I propose that we accept the recommendations of the planners.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Alderman Barr.
Yeah, I've listened to the debate and all the questions, so I'm happy to second the proposal. Thank you.
Okay, members, we have a proposal on the floor from Alderman Wilson, seconded by Alderman Barr to approve the plans. Are there any other proposals on the floor? Not seeing any lights on. Are all agreed, members? Okay, so just thank Gavin for joining us on Zoom. Wish him all the best for the rest of his evening. Thanks to Russian for taking us through this one. Okay, members, we'll just pause a moment here until we invite the next person into the chamber here. Okay, members. Okay, members, we'll proceed with the next application, Appendix 3, which is application number LA08/2019/1586/0. Could I just ask everyone on Zoom just to put themselves on mute before we begin here? Okay, I'll hand over to Liam McCrum, Senior Planning Officer, to present the report and PowerPoint presentation. Where are you then?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this application seeks outline planning permission for a dwelling and detached garage on lands adjacent to 39 Lisnacroppin Road, Refriland. It's before members because we have 4 more objections from separate postal addresses. The application site is located in the open countryside, and the planning context for consideration of this application is therefore provided by the SPPS and PPS 21. In terms of the principle of development as an infill application, it's considered under CTY 8 that describes a substantial and continuously built up frontage as a line of 3 or more buildings along that frontage. In this case, officers consider the 3 buildings to be the dwelling at number 39, its large domestic garage, and the dwelling at number 31 Lisnacroppin Road. Officers have therefore determined that the application site lies within a substantial and continuously built up frontages, and therefore the first policy test of CTY 8 has been established. The second test of CTY 8 requires that the application site must be considered as a small gap site, sufficient only to accommodate up to a maximum of 2 dwellings. In this case, officers consider that the gap can only accommodate 1 dwelling, therefore complying with the test. The third test requires that the proposed development respects the existing development pattern along the established frontage. Officers are satisfied that given the existing plot size and frontage that the proposed development would respect the existing development pattern. The fourth test of CTY 8 is that other planning and environmental requirements must be met, and for the reasons set out in the body of the report, officers are content that this aspect of the policy test has been required. In terms of design and integration and impact on rural character, officers are of the opinion that the site provides a suitable degree of enclosure and substantive backdrop when considering the topography of the site, the surrounding lands, and the existing boundary definition. Subject to suggested conditions, a dwelling would suitably integrate and would respect the existing pattern of development in the area and not create or add to a ribbon of development. Officers therefore consider the proposal to be fully compliant with policy CTY 13 and CTY 14 of PPS 21. In terms of access and parking, officers in consultation with DFI Roads are content that the proposed development is fully compliant with policy AMP2 of PPS 3 and DCAM 15, in that the proposed access would not prejudice road safety or significantly increase the flow of traffic. Sufficient space exists within the site and the proposed curtilage for the parking and turning of vehicles. In terms of impact on residential amenity, officers consider that given the separation distances involved and the change in levels, that a suitably conditioned single-storey dwelling will not adversely impact on the residential amenity of surrounding properties. In terms of flooding and drainage, a drainage assessment was submitted in support of the application and considered by DFI Rivers, who raised no objection. Notwithstanding this, members will note conditions 12 and 13 in the officer's report that details of proposed drainage and sewage works shall be submitted to and agreed in writing with the council prior to commencement of development. In terms of impact on natural heritage, the application site is located within 80 metres of a badger set. A biodiversity checklist and assessment of badger survey has been submitted in support of the application. Officers have set out in detail in the associated addendum that given the separation distance from the set, that the application is found to be fully compliant with policy NH2 of PPS2 and the SPPS. No consultees have raised any objections to the proposed development. Consideration of each of the third-party objections is set out in detail of the body of report, and approval is recommended subject to the conditions contained therein. I'll just take you through the PowerPoint. This just shows the location of the site within the general area, approximately 2 metres from Refriland. The site location plan with the site outlined in red. This is a site concept plan that was submitted for information purposes by the agent and is for information only. An aerial photograph of the site with the blue arrow indicating the site.
Could you slow down, please? Let's go for your.
Please continue, Liam.
Sorry, I'll try my best. This is a view of the site from the road frontage with number 39 Lisnacroppin Road sitting adjacent.
Next slide, please. Again, a view of the application site from the road frontage. This is a view of the site with number 31 Lisnacroppin Road in the background. This is the frontage of number 31 Lisnacroppin Road. We'll get to that now in the next slide. Again, another view of the frontage of number 31. This is the approval that was related to number 31. It's not number 33 is annotated there. And you'll see the portion of ground to the front of the site, which is approximately 26 metres in length, and is considered that dwelling located back from the road, because it's the residential, it's the residential curtilage and part of the amenity space, that dwelling has a frontage onto the road. Next slide, please. You can just see the dwelling and garage of number 39 in the background across the site. And this is a view of the site from the sort of crossroads of Lisnacroppin and Millvale Roads. The blue arrow annotates the site, and you can see it's significantly below the level of number 33. Next slide, please. This is our badger set that was identified to us in an email from MLA Wells on Tuesday. Myself and the case officer visited the site, and we had found said badger set, and that's a photograph of it. Next slide, please. This is a view taken from the location of the badger set, looking back towards the site. That fence that you can see sort of in the background there is actually the rear boundary of the field, which is the lands in blue and not the application site. Next slide, please. This gives you a sort of indication of what we're looking at in terms of the badger set. The position of the badger set is annotated by the arrow in blue. And you can see the distance there of 80 metres to the application site, which is annotated in red. That photograph that I previously mentioned is the back boundary of the field there, just for sort of ease of reference. That wire fencing that you were viewing in the photograph previous is actually the back boundary of the lands in blue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for taking us through that presentation, Liam. Members will have noted that an addendum report has been circulated. Okay, members, there are two individuals who will be making representation before us this evening. First up is Jim Wells, MLA, to make a representation and objection to the application. Mr. Wells, you're very welcome to join us here this evening. Timer should be appearing on your screen with 5 minutes. I'll begin to count down whenever you start speaking, so we'll hand over to you to begin your presentation whenever you're ready.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I've waited an hour and 45 minutes to come on, and the case officer has rattled through that in about 4 minutes, which is totally unacceptable because there wasn't even time to look at the slides that he presented. Now, I would regularly appear before Newry Moore and Down, and that certainly wouldn't happen. But however, and I will be raising this with the Chief Executive after this meeting, it's a disgrace to treat an objector this way. Could I just say that the application came forward as a refusal in September. It has now come back as an approval, and the case officer hasn't explained why. Also, the application site impinges upon the soakaways of number 37, which is a neighbour. The building and the garden will cover part of his soakaway, and yet there's been absolutely no indication whatsoever that they will have access to their own soakaways, and there doesn't seem to be any cognizance taken of that whatsoever. And in Mr. Liam McCrum's rapid, indeed record quick presentation, he should have raised that issue. I don't believe that he's under time constraints that I am. This is a speculative application. No need has been shown. There is no farming background to the applicant. It's not if there's a need to maintain a rural population. This is a site that presumably eventually will be developed and sold. I do appreciate that Mr. McCrum did come out and look at the badger set. Could I say I find this timer extremely off-putting, and could it be taken off the screen or minimised, please? Mr. McCrum, I will be making a formal complaint about this as well to the Chief Executive. Mr. McCrum did come out and look at it. We believe that the site is being used by feeding badgers, and therefore that should have been taken into account as well as the proximity to the badger set. Could also say that the development is at the front of the site. At least if it was at the back, it would have less impact upon the amenity of Mr. Johnston and Mr. Harper, who own properties nearby. and it is unfortunate that there wasn't a move made. I cannot see how an application that was submitted in September or adjudicated in September as an outright refusal has suddenly come back as an approval. And I think it comes upon Mr. McCrum and the planning staff to explain that to the residents. The area is already experiencing significant development pressure. I don't see how a site at the front of the road, the Lisnacoppin Road, can be visually integrated and absorbed into the landscape. It's a very open and hilly area, and therefore I feel that they need to go back in terms of the integration. But I believe that my presentation here has been prejudiced by the fact that I have had not time to see documents which councillors and the applicant have seen, which I haven't. The documents were shown to me in rapid time. I haven't had a chance to look at them properly, and therefore I'll be referring how this application has been dealt with to the Chief Executive and to the Local Government Ombudsman as a formal complaint. I feel, compared to my experience in other councils, this has been very, very badly handled. And therefore, I'm not going to go any further than that, but just to say this has left a very bad taste in my mouth as to how your council handle applications.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wells, for that presentation. Okay, members, the next presentation is from Brendan Quinn from Quinn Design and Engineering Services to make a representation as the agent in support of the application. Mr. Quinn, you're very welcome to join us today. As you see, there's a 3-minute clock in front of you.
Does it explode whenever it gets down to zero, Chair?
We'll find out. Mr. Quinn.
We'll in 3 minutes.
I'll hand over to you, and you have 3 minutes to begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. Members, the applicant who's with me and myself are very happy with the consideration of the file to date by the Planning Department and its consultees. The relevance of planning history has been touched on, and it's greatly reduced as the proposal and the application site currently under consideration are greatly different from that previously considered. This application was validated in late November 19, it's almost 2 years ago. Since then, it has been the subject of at least 19 objections, which have been submitted by those living close by. I think one councillor submitted an objection, and Mr. Wells, who took part earlier, submitted quite a few, or sorry, I think 2 himself. I'm not going to comment on the matters raised in the objections, as the officer's report, which is on the planning file, has considered each objection very thoroughly. Much has been made about septic tanks. I would reiterate that my clients have consented to discharge for a septic tank in Soakaway, which has been approved by DERA to serve the proposed dwelling. And based on the information on file before the weekend passed, my brief presentation would have finished there. Very recently, yesterday morning, in fact, Mr. Wells submitted several photographs of an alleged badger set on land north of the application site. The submission was made 23 months after the application was submitted and after the Planning Department recommended approval. And after receiving permission to enter onto the lands where the set was located, Dr. Jane Preston, the local ecologist, myself and Ian Clyde had a walk around. Dr. Jane surveyed the area and confirmed there to be a badger set. I took some measurements on site and have plotted accurately the location of the set on the OS map for the application. Dr. Preston prepared a badger activity survey, which was emailed to the council yesterday evening, along with my revised OS map. In her conclusion, Dr. Preston advised, in development proposals, DERA normally recommend the maintenance of a 25-metre buffer zone surrounding each of the entrances to a badger set. The closest element, folks, of the proposal that we're proposing, if you like, is the Soakaway, and it is 76.8 metres away from the badger site. So that's the closest element which will require excavation. The set is 86 metres from the closest part of the red line and 103 metres from the footprint of the proposed dwelling. The site is over 3 times the DERA recommended distance away from the proposed Soakaway. And as such, I would hope the committee will be content that the proposal will not cause harm to the badgers which use this set. Dr. Preston also prepared a biodiversity checklist, which was submitted yesterday. The biodiversity checklist raises no issues which would require further attention. I'm going to finish now by simply saying this application and objections have been receiving consideration for 2 years. Neither the objectors nor their political representatives have submitted any meaningful or scientific evidence which will support a refusal of permission. And the ecologist confirms that the works are not going to cause harm to badgers or any other species. And as such, I would ask the committee to approve this application. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the committee and the council staff and Louise in particular for accommodating me, as this is my first time here in front of you. And thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Quinn. You're just within your time there. Okay, members, as mentioned, there's an addendum report circulated and you've had the presentation. So we're into the questioning phase. Do any members have any questions? Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks everybody for their presentation in regards to this application. I have a couple of questions to Liam. Obviously, this application is in front of us as an infill, which is part of the CTY8 planning policy. And we've seen quite a few of these through our committee, and there's always a frontage analysis. There's nothing on this to sort of say, you know, the frontage, and we all talk about frontages, and we talk about plot size, we talk about gap, and we talk about this. I just want a bit of clarification to Liam. I know you're saying there's 3 buildings with the bungalow, the garage, the large domestic garage, and obviously the dwelling it's the bookend is the one with the curtilage coming to the edge of the road. I'm just in my head, because I do recall committees where, you know, if you took a frontage analysis of one, the dwelling, the garage, and the frontage, it'd be a lot narrower site. I just want to get the thinking behind that, because I think we need to be careful, because, you know, as we know, we see a lot of these, Chair, in front of our committee, infills, and I just want to just clear in my head. And also, this one's unique in the fact it's got a double lane. So there's a laneway which separates the bookend building to the other 2 buildings and the gap between. And I just want to understand what consideration has been given to that. And the final thing is in relation to the soakaway. And again, there was a lot of house numbers now thrown about in that presentation. I would like just if Liam could clarify which number refers to which property, because I might have picked it up wrong, but the site that's outlined in red, there's an implication, I think, by Mr. Wells that there's actually a soakaway of one of the adjacent dwellers within that site. So the applicant has said we've got a consent to discharge for our soakaway, but what happens to the existing soakaway? I just want a wee bit more detail, Chair, so I can understand the overall sort of makeup of what's in front of us. So hopefully Liam can make sense of that.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholas. Certainly a couple of questions there relating to frontage analysis, the double laneway and the soakaway situation. So Liam, would you have any update on those 3 issues there?
Yeah, with regard to the frontage analysis, I mean, the details there are set out in the report as to what each of the frontages are. But in sort of the easiest terms, or what we're saying is that the dwelling is number 39. If you flipped it, it would fit into this site. So if you can maybe bring up the site location plan, please, Ruth, maybe. It's maybe the easiest way to look at it. Maybe make it any bigger, I don't know. Well, essentially the dwelling to the left-hand side of the site, if you flip that into the lands in red, it fits almost perfectly. So that's one of the bookends. And we have measured the plot frontage of that, and it basically equates to the application site. The other plot frontage in relation to the double-barreled private access laneways, essentially that is quite peculiar in that there's a 26-metre front garden that fronts onto the road there. So that dwelling to the right-hand side that's set back from the road actually has a frontage on the road, and I think we've deliberated that out before quite a few times at committee, and that's the position of the PSC, in that if the residential curtilage of a dwelling extends to the road, then that dwelling shall have a frontage onto the road. And that's basically what's happened in this case. Whilst it is set back, that is the residential curtilage of the dwelling that fronts onto the road, and that's why that has a frontage. So I think maybe that explains the frontage analysis, I hope. The soakaway, essentially this is quite a peculiar site, and maybe the agent can come in and maybe give a bit of a better steer on this. But yes, there is an existing soakaway belonging to number 39 that is within the application site. My understanding is that they have a legal easement to use that. However, that doesn't preclude us granting planning permission. Essentially, whilst the applicant's indicative site layout indicates that their potential soakaway will be outside the application site, they're matters that we can deal with at reserve matter stage. We've consulted with Water Management Unit, and we're content that within the site, subject to the reserve matters application or full application, all those matters can be dealt with. This is only an application seeking planning permission in principle, and those matters, subject to the conditions 12 and 13 that are set out in the report, are safeguarding the council that those matters will be dealt with, and the applicant will have to provide those details at a full reserve matter stage, and they're set out in detail in those two conditions.
Thank you, Liam. Councillor Nicholson, are you content, or would you like back in again? Bring it back in.
Yep. Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Liam, for your answers. But just again, to just get it clear in my head here, I accept what you're saying with the frontage, right? But you've only got two frontages. You're saying, is that what you're saying, that number 39 is a frontage and the end dwelling's a frontage, so the garage doesn't have to have a frontage? Is it, you know, just want to understand that, you know, I always thought 3 buildings had the frontage. So does that mean that 39 frontage is divided in 2 then, rather than 1? Because if you're using as one of the 3 buildings, the frontage can't be the full width of the site because it's divided, it's got 2 buildings in it. Do you understand what I'm saying? I just want to get this clear in my head, because obviously going forward, this is something again that we see in front of this committee. If you just clarify that, Liam, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nixon. Yeah, Liam, we'll just bring you in.
Yep. No, essentially, sorry. Yeah, essentially, whilst there's only two sort of plots, if you like, that have a frontage onto the road, number 39, because it has a dwelling and a substantive garage, it's actually 2 buildings, and you don't subdivide that. There's no reason to subdivide that. There's no one policy says you subdivide that. It's just that you should have 3 buildings along the frontage. So it's not that there's 3 separate plots. There are only 2 plots, but there are 3 buildings, and that's the key issue there. And I suppose that brings us back to the point that was raised by MLA Wells, in that there was, just to hit it now, is that the application, yes, it was recommended for refusal and is now approval, and that is to do with the PAN application. And obviously the fact that it has been withdrawn, and that relates to this point that you've raised, Councillor Nicholson, in that prior to the revocation of the PAN, the secondary building, in this terms the large detached garage, wouldn't have been part of the consideration, and that was the recommendation that went before the scheme of delegation as a refusal. That having been revoked, that's now back in the ballpark. We have to consider it, and that's the 3 buildings.
Thank you, Liam, and certainly it certainly opens my eyes, and supposes all, and the impact of that, you know, PAN, and that it had. And I suppose the question I was going to ask, you know, it was alleged that it went from refusal to approval very quickly. But what you're saying there, Liam, is that it was a result of that plan being, or that PAN being put in place and then being removed within that time, which would have, you know, you'd have made your recommendations off on that basis, and that's why it's now an approval, because the PAN's no longer there. If I've got that right. Oh, I'll bring you in, sorry.
Yes, Chair, that is exactly what you've said there. I mean, that had major repercussions for, well, among other things, infill dwellings, in that the secondary building within the curtilage of residential curtilages wasn't considered to contribute to buildings within the frontage. Obviously, with the revocation of that, we're back to how we were doing things. And in this instance, because of the size and scale of the garage, has a direct frontage onto the road as part of our consideration.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any lights up. I'm just conscious that an allegation has been made about information not being provided. But can you just confirm, Liam, that the report, which is what officers are basing, or what members are basing their recommendation off, was circulated to everyone, I think it was days ago. So I think, you know, there's no substantive allegation here.
My understanding is Louise would have circulated those to Democratic Services on Wednesday or Thursday, Wednesday maybe of last week. Those would have been circulated. Yeah. Now the addendum was only produced today, but that was obviously on foot of the late objection we had in relation to badgers. So I mean, that was just circulated to members as and when that report was completed, which was early this morning.
Thank you, Liam, clarifying that point. Okay, members, with no other lights on. Oh, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, just a quick one, Chair. Just obviously, I'm just Mr. Wells mentioned that, obviously there was no need. I just want clarification from Liam that that's not a planning consideration in CTY 8, that there has to be a need proved. I know there is certain planning policies you have to prove a need, but I just want clarification to that. And also, Liam didn't address the laneway. Obviously, there's a laneway there between the end, the bookend site and to another dwelling. Like, is that then discounted, or is that just considered as part of the gap, or what way does that operate within? Because I know that within the policy, if there's a break in the frontage by a roadway or laneway, it can potentially, it breaks the gap, if you know what I mean. So just clarify that, just to get clear in my mind, Chair, before we move on. Thank you.
Yep, that's no problem, Councillor Nicholson. Liam, do you just come back about those 2 points in terms of need and then this laneway issue, which Councillor Nicholson has outlined?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, essentially, yes, you're quite right, Councillor Nicholson. There is no need to be established under policy CTY 8. So that's not a consideration that is before officers or indeed members. In respect of the laneway, we've looked at a number of plan appeals decisions on this, and the break comes from a road. It's not a laneway. And basically, in this instance, we have a laneway of approximately 3 metres in width, private laneway serving one dwelling. We do not consider that to be a break in the built-up frontage, and that hasn't been the line that we've been taking.
Okay, thank you, Liam. Members have no other lights on at this stage. Any questions that members want to ask? Otherwise, we move into the debate stage. Okay, members, we move into the debate stage. Any members have a view on this one? Not seeing any lights on, members, so we can tend to move into the decision phase. Okay, members, we move into the decision phase. Does any member wish to make a proposal relating to this application? Councillor Duffy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Go with the officer's recommendation. It meets all the criteria with frontage, infill and gap and CTY 8. So happy to recommend.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Okay, members, we have a proposal to accept the recommendations. Does it have a seconder? Councillor McClelland.
Yes, indeed, Chair. Happy to second the officer's recommendation in this application.
Thank you, Councillor McClelland. Are there any other proposals on the floor, members? Not seeing any lights on, so I have a proposal from Councillor Duffy, seconded by Councillor McClelland to accept the recommendation. We all agreed, members? Okay, thank you, members. I'd just like to thank Mr. Wells and Mr. Quinn for coming here this evening and participating in the discussion on this application. Okay, members, we're going to skip ahead to Appendix 7, as that's the only application left with a member who wishes to have speaking rights. So it's application number LA08/2021/1130/F. I'm handing over to Sinead McAvoy, Senior Planning Officer, to present the report and PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The reason the application is before the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee is because it's a major application. Officers have taken that members have read the report in full, so this is a synopsis only. In assessing the principle of the development and in the first instance, officers attach weight to the fact that there is an extant plan approval under LA 08/2016-1228F on the site. It is also noted that the building will be sited within the established curtilage of Turkington and Sons lands, and that such lands are within Mahon Industrial Estate. That Mahon Industrial Estate is zoned as existing industrial land, and that there is no physical demarcation within the application lands between the existing industrial zoned lands and the unzoned white lands, such that to the reasonable observer, all lands are read together. In light of this, and when objectively assessed, officers are of the opinion that the proposed Class B3 general industrial and Class B4 warehouse use is acceptable in principle on this site. In respect to the form and pattern of development, the buildings are designed to meet not only a specific industrial storage and distribution use, but also to afford safe working patterns within the operation of the site. This application utilises the existing access for accessing the public road network and reconfigures some of the established car parking within the wider industrial estate. The peak hour traffic generation of the proposal will be 79 AM peak trips and 67 PM peak trips. The applicant is seeking to provide 105 car parking spaces, 9 car parking spaces for disabled users, 12 number HGV spaces and 122 van spaces. The application also proposes an enlarged service area to accommodate deliveries and the loading of vans. All parking required is contained within the site, therefore not overspilling onto the public road. DFI Roads, the competent authority in these matters, has confirmed it is content with the proposed parking and access arrangements. Part of the site lies in an area zoned as flood pondage area and partially within the 1 in 100 year floodplain. A flood risk assessment was submitted as part of this planning application, and officers in consultation with DFI Rivers are content that all sources of flood risk to and from the proposed development have been identified, and there are adequate measures to manage and mitigate against any increased flood risk arising from the development. In assessing impact on residential amenity, officers in consultation with the Council's Environmental Health Department, following due consideration of the submitted noise impact assessment and the proposed erection and construction of 2 number acoustic barriers, have no concerns in relation to noise. All other material planning considerations are included within their main report. The proposal will create 50 jobs during construction and up to 150 jobs during operation. Construction of the overall development is estimated to require an investment of between 15 million, which will have demonstrable positive economic benefits for this area of Portadown. There are a few minor tweaks proposed to some of the condition. This will still allow for the conditions to be adhered to, but in a much more pragmatic way for the end user of the industrial and warehouse developments. Condition number 3 requires that all parking to be in place prior to operation of any of the buildings on site. It's proposed to amend this slightly to read no operation in or from the warehouse building hereby permitted shall commence until the car parking areas for that building have been constructed and permanently marked in accordance with drawing number 02, date stamped the 20th of July 2021. No operation in or from the general industrial buildings hereby permitted shall commence until the parking has been constructed and permanently marked in accordance with drawing 02, date stamped the 20th of July, to provide adequate facilities for parking, servicing and circulation within the site. No part of these hard surface areas shall be used for any purpose at any time other than the parking and movement of vehicles. Similarly, condition 7 removes all PD rights for the warehouse and industrial buildings, and the reason was to safeguard the development against potential of flood risk. It's proposed to tweak that slightly to state that no extension to the buildings hereby permitted to increase the footprint shall be permitted, including the provision of hard standing, shall take place without the grant of a separate planning permission from the council. And lastly, condition number 11, there's a small typo. It refers to light industrial units, but it actually is general industrial units. So suppose that condition number 11 will refer to general industrial units rather than light as per your main report. There have been no objections to the application and approval is recommended. Just taking you through the PowerPoint. That just shows the location of the site within the general area. So it's southwest of Portadown urban area. Next slide, please. That's just an aerial view of the proposed site. So there's existing industrial buildings on the site and the extension is to the north and northeast. Next slide, please. That's a site location plan of the existing buildings on site. The proposed site layout. So the warehouse development is there to the east, southeast, and the general industrial buildings is to the north. The car parking for the warehouse development is to the northeast, and the car parking for the general industrial buildings is directly to the north of that building. Next slide, please. That's the site layout plan approved under application number LAO8 2016-1228. And as I said, it's extent of planning approval, which deserves weight in the overall assessment of this application. The general industrial units to the north are actually been flipped to the south, and the warehouse building will be sited in the exact same area, but it'll be one large building rather than three separate warehouse buildings. Next slide, please. That's just, you'll probably notice from the report in the planning history that there was a certificate of lawful development permitted on this site, which shows the areas of car parking which were existing in use for over 5 years, and those were granted a lawful status under that CLUD. And that's the elevation and floor plans of the general industrial units. It's actually a replica of what previously was approved in the site. Next slide, please. And that's the elevations of the warehouse unit class B4, and the end user of that is to be Amazon. Next slide, please. And that's the floor plan of the warehouse units. There's one large warehouse unit. Next slide, please. That's the acoustic barrier details. The northwest there shows the details of it, and then the fencing was in place, and to the front of those acoustic barrier there will be landscaping to soften the impact. Next slide, please. That shows the security hut and cycle bays that will be set, so there'll be cycle shelter for up to 10 bicycles. So the photographs one, that's from within the site looking towards the access way. Next slide, please. That's the second photo, just shows the boundary of the residential properties that face on the Tandragee Road. There is good vegetation boundary along that eastern boundary. And that just shows looking down towards the warehouse units. So it's well underway at the present time, and there's there at the moment. This application seeks elevational alterations to the rear of it. Next slide, please. And that just shows photograph 4. That's the edge of the warehouse as constructed. The acoustic barrier for that end will actually be parallel to that side elevation and right up to the end of the car parking. So that area which you see, and indeed all that vegetation, will remain untouched by this application. And that just shows looking towards over the other side, so you can sort of see the top of the houses in relation to the access onto the Tandragee Road, and that none of that area is to be touched under this plan application. Next slide, please. And that just shows looking up from the warehouse units towards where the car parking area is at the present time, and the light industrial units will be over there to the west. Next slide, please. And that's just another photograph. You can see the part of the warehouse sitting beside the existing industrial units at the present time. There is all hard surfing areas at the present time, but they will be marked out for car parking and van parking spaces. And thank you, members.
Okay, thank you, Sinead. Members, we're also joined on Zoom by Gavin Ralston from Clyde Shanks Limited, who's the agent, and he has speaking rights for clarification purposes. Okay, members, we've all read the report and seen the presentation. Are any queries or questions? Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks, Sharon. Thanks, Sinead, for the report. Sinead, a couple of queries, just again, just to clarify. You've sort of touched on, obviously, there's an extent approval here for for units or whatever, and that has been taken into consideration, of course. My question is that obviously the units that are approved, are you saying they're the same scale, height as what is on front of us tonight, or is there a difference between the two units? That's the one. What's the difference between general and light industrial? Just again to get an idea of that, and just on the site plan there. Obviously, if you can, there's two sets of buildings there, shaded in on both applications, both the extent one and the one in front of us tonight. I'm assuming the one are we talking about the one tonight is on the right-hand side of the existing shed, and then what's the other one on the other side? Is it part of a future phase, or you know, is there two sets of buildings? Again, just for clarification, Sinead, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Nixon. So, Sinead, do you want to come in those 3 points?
Yeah. In relation to floor space and what was granted on the site previously under 2016 and what is proposed under this application, there will be no increase in floor space. They're exactly the same floor space. There are exactly the same height and scale as previously approved. The warehouse unit is looking at further alterations, notably a mezzanine floor. There has been some alterations since the previous approval granted on non-material change in that particular warehouse, which has been granted and it has been implemented. So there will be no increase. The light or the general industrial units to the north is to be relocated on the site. So it's a slightly different location within the site. And you will note from our conditions, we have put on a condition to ensure that there will only be 3 general industrial units constructed on site and not 6. So those 3 will always just be 3. In relation to, I suppose if we want to bring up maybe the presentation for ease of reference again, there's existing buildings on the site, I suppose, just to maybe clearly point out what we are looking at in relation to what is on the site and previously granted. Bring up the photograph now of the warehouse building if you can. Yeah, well, maybe that's a good one. Yes, so you can see the large white area. That's the warehouse building, and we're looking at that warehouse building like a fresh again. Albeit there'll be alterations to it, but we have to look at it as a fresh again. And to the east of that, there are green buildings, but they are on the site. There are Turkington buildings on site at the present time, and that's not part of this planning application. And where that photograph is taken, roughly to the east of that, is where the new general industrial buildings will be sited. So we're looking at that one large white building, which is the warehouse building, and then the general industrial buildings, which is obviously not constructed yet, are taking place, I suppose, just where I'm standing taking that photograph, so just about there. In relation to the difference in light industrial and general industrial, light industrial can take place without any sort of odour impact, or it can more or less sit comfortably, I suppose, residential aspect. General industrial is more general, so that's why we would have to have like a noise impact and in relation to the proximity of residential properties, etc. So light, I suppose, is a lighter type of industrial. I was trying to bring up the use class to describe it exactly for you. Thanks, Rishi. So light industrial is used for any industrial process which can be carried out without detriment to amenity by reason of noise, vibration, smells, fumes, smoke, soot, ash, dust or grit. And general industrial is used for carrying out of any industrial process other than that they described in B2. So there is a slight difference, and they normally would be located within industrial estate areas such as this because they're shown for such a purpose. I hope that maybe answers your queries. Thank you.
Content, Councillor Nixon. Okay, Councillor McClelland.
Yes, Chair, thanks for letting me in, and thank you, Sinead, for the presentation. The question I have, and it's just for a wee bit of clarity in my own head, revolves around the access and the traffic to and from the site. And I note here in the report that it talks about, planning permission will be granted, and it's either for direct access or for the intensification of the use of an existing access. Would Sinead care to elaborate, is there going to be intensification? Because obviously access out onto quite near the end of the Mahon Road can be quite throng at times, can be quite busy at times. So just if there was a couple of sentences on that, Sinead, that'll be good. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McLeod. Sinead, do you want to just provide some background there on that issue?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. And yes, you're right. Intensification for the purpose of the policy is anything above a 5% threshold. So if you're increasing the vehicle movements by 5%, that would relate to an intensification. In relation to this, there was a number of robust surveys not undertaken as per previously, and the trips is 79 AM peak trips, so that's total trips. Breaking that down, it's 46 arriving and 33 departing. At peak times, and at PM it's 67, and breaking that down further is 22 arriving and 42 departing. So overall it wouldn't be over the 5% threshold, but notwithstanding that, the number of vehicles coming in and out has been looked at robustly, including the lights at the junction of the Mahon Road, Armagh Road junction, and that has all been analysed and appraised, and DFI roads are content that this volume of traffic can be accommodated.
Thank you, Sinead. You content, Councillor McLeod? Thank you, Councillor. Okay, members, are there any other lights on for questions? Not seeing any. Are we content to move into the debate stage? Okay, members, not seeing any lights on, so we move into the debate stage. Do any members have view on this one? Suppose I can get the ball rolling on this. I'll be leaning to approving the application. As Sinead has noted, it's met all of the criteria. One thing I do want to highlight and the like is, of course, the cycle provision for 10 stands or 10 bikes. Albeit I think that this might become very busy as the the segregated cycle network that extends throughout the greater central Craigavon area may be heavily used by the workers of this new establishment. So we can see that the 10 bicycle stands may certainly become chock-a-block in the mornings and evenings when everyone's coming and going home, but certainly I'd welcome it overall. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, sure. I think that, again, Sinead, very good report, knows the detail and obviously extent approval on things. I think, it's a very positive application. So I would be of an opinion, that I know many issues with it, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sinead, for the report. Yes, looking at this is obviously a great economic boost for Portadown for the ABC Borough, and the creation of jobs as detailed in the report. It's bringing some 50 construction jobs and some 150 jobs when it's operational. And this is a major investment of 12 to 15 million pounds already stated. And certainly it's something that's very positive application. And with all the conditions and everything looked at and the way it's presented here, everything, it seems all the boxes have been ticked, and I certainly would be supportive of the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. And just again, remind members that there's a couple of slight changes there in the conditions that Sinead presented at the start, but we're all aware of that. Okay, members, no other lights on, move into decision phase. Okay, well, all the lights on, it's near Christmas time here. Okay, Councillor Nicholson, you got fastest.
Fastest finger first, Chair. Yeah, look, Chair, I think, there's an extent approval on the site. It seems very much like for like. We've talked the economic benefits, be it construction jobs, be it job creation, the investment, and obviously the transcript be accommodated. So I'm happy to approve the recommendation. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. And certainly with my previous comments, I would certainly be happy to second the recommendation and look forward to this development coming to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. Maybe you'll be the first person to use the bike stand. Okay, members, I don't see any other lights on. Maybe. Okay, members, no other lights on. We've all agreed with the proposal from Councillor Nicholson, seconded by Alderman Anderson, to approve the recommendation. Okay, members, we're all agreed. Members, we're going to have a short comfort break here, 15 minutes. We'll be back for about 5 to 7. Could the IT pause the live stream, please? Let me know when it's on. Okay, members, that's us back. We're on the Appendix 4, which is application number LO8/2020/0992/F. I'm handing over to Sinead McAvoy, Senior Planning Officer, to present the report and PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you, Chair. The application is for the erection of dwelling and garage and associated hard and soft landscaping and substitution of plan approval LA08/2017-1207F. And the reason is for the Planning and Regulatory Service Committee is because the proposal requires the completion of a Section 76 legal agreement. Officers have taken that members have read the report in full, so this is a synopsis only. CTY 10 of PPS 21 states that planning permission will be granted for a dwelling house on a farm where all of 3 criteria are met. Notably, the farm business is currently active and has been established for at least 6 years. No dwellings or development opportunities out with the development limits have been sold off from the farm holding within 10 years of the date of the application. And the new building is visually linked or sited to cluster with an established group of buildings on the farm and where practical access to the dwelling should be obtained from an existing lane. Officers accept the proposal meets with these criteria. The policy goes on to state planning permission granted under this policy will only be forthcoming once every 10 years. Full planning permission, LA08/2017-1207F, was granted on the 26th of June 2018 for a farm dwelling on the land away from the Pellins main farm cluster. This permission is still extant and does not expire until the 15th of June 2023, and the applicant does not wish to implement that approval but instead wants to construct this dwelling. The application is for the substitution of the above planning approval. A planning agreement has been drafted whereby the applicant is agreeing with the council that that planning permission will not be implemented. Subject to such a planning agreement and having regard to the above, officers satisfied the proposal complies with all of the criteria within the policy CTY 10 and the corresponding paragraphs of the SPPS, and therefore in principle the application is considered acceptable. The proposal has also been assessed in relation to design and integration, impact on rural character, access and parking, impact on residential amenity, and impact on the natural and built environment. Officers have taken all other matters into consideration, including matters raised in response to consultation, and are satisfied that any material harm the development would otherwise give rise to can be offset by the conditions imposed. Officers propose attaching one further condition, which states prior to the commencement of works on site, details of proposed sewage disposal shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the council and thereafter implemented in accordance with approved plans in the interests of public health. On this basis and subject to the conditions attached and a Section 76 agreement, it is recommended that planning permission be granted. Taking through the slides. That shows the location of the site within the general area. So there's the west of Portadown. Next slide, please. So that shows the location of the site within the general area. So as to the south of the existing farm building and a farm building, or house and farm buildings. Next slide, please. And that's site location plan with the site in red. Next slide, please. That's a proposed site layout plan. So the layout's in it, and then just landscaping to the north, boundary treatment. Next slide, please. So that's the elevations and floor plans of the house. It's quite traditional, the 6 metre ridge height and upstairs accommodation. Next slide, please. So the site in blue is the site that's previously been approved. It's still extant, and the new site is in red, so you can see the difference. So to ensure that only one is granted every 10 years, as per the policy, it is recommended that the legal agreement would ensure that that site outlined in blue will not be constructed, and only the site in red as per this proposal. That just shows the site in front of you, travelling towards the site, and the farm buildings are there up in the brow of the hill to the west. And that shows the applicant's dwelling and the site. And as you know, after the plan has been withdrawn, we can consider the applicant's dwelling as a building on the farm holding. Next slide, please. That shows the site, and there's an access that runs parallel up to another house that lies to the south. There's sufficient distance away in relation to impact on any residential amenity of that property. And that just is further of the site, just to the back there. Thank you, members.
Okay, thank you, Sinead, for taking us through that report. Okay, members in the question phase, members have any questions or queries? Not seeing any lights on relating to this one. And again, it's just that committee because of the Section 76 agreement. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Sinead, for the report. Sinead, just for clarification, obviously, they've an existing approval which is still live for a site for under CTY 10 for dwelling on a farm, and this is basically to replace that, but then the other one's going to be revoked, and that's a condition that we can put in. Has that been done before? You know, or is this a one? Are you aware of this? Haven't been done before in an application where somebody's got approval for somewhere here, and then they want to move it to here, and that condition. I'm just wondering, is that condition, can you stand over that sort of? That's just wondering about. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Sinead, just bring you in on that one.
Yes, there actually has been another one granted, not within this council area, but went to the Plan Appeals Commission. And as you're right, a condition wouldn't be strong enough. And that's why we need a legal agreement, basically, that removes. So the condition wouldn't be enough and it wouldn't stand over it. And I suppose that the time it took us from deciding this application we are now, in the intervening period, there was a Plan Appeals Commission. And because the previous plan and permission had not been implemented, this was the direction the PSC went, and this is the one we are following now. So you're right, the condition wouldn't be strong enough to ensure that 2 dwellings wouldn't be constructed, but this legal agreement would ensure that they signed up and that the previous plan and permission will not be implemented. So that's why it's a legal agreement rather than condition. You're right.
Thank you, Sinead. Okay, members, any other questions on the floor? Not seeing any members. Okay, we're content to move into the debate stage. Okay, we move into the debate stage. Any views on this one, Councillor Nicholson?
Yeah, sure. I think, obviously, again, Sinead, very detailed report. It's all there for members to read. And although it's a unique one, I don't think our committee's seen this before. Provided, obviously we've got the planning appeals decision and stuff, I'm pretty much content, supportive of this. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. I would concur. Not seeing any other lights on, so we'll move into the decision phase. Any proposals on this matter? Councillor Nicholson.
No surprise, Chair. Happy to propose. Thank you.
Okay, the recommendation proposed by Councillor Nicholson. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, I'm happy to second that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Okay, members, with a proposal on the floor from Councillor Nicholson, seconded by Alderman Wilson, to approve the recommendation. Any other proposals on the floor? Don't see any lights on. Are all agreed, members? Okay, we're all agreed. Thank you, Sinead, for taking us through that one. Okay, members, we're going on to appendices 5 and 6 will be presented together. They're LA08/2020/1561/SF and LA08/2021/0032/LBC, and hand over to Trudy Chapman, Senior Planning Officer, to present the reports and PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair. These 2 applications seek full planning permission and listed building consent for the change of use of an existing property from office space to 4 2-bedroom flats. Works are to include the refurbishment of the existing building, demolition of the existing 2-storey rear extension, and construction of a new 2-storey rear extension in its place. Provision of 2 parking spaces to the rear and new external steps at the lower ground floor level, and and all associated site works. The application is before you this evening as one of the applicants is an elected member of the council. The application site is located within the central area of Armagh City. It also lies within the conservation area and is a listed building protected under Section 80 of the Planning Act. The Armagh Area Plan identifies shopping as one of the main activities within the central area of Armagh, and Upper English Street is considered to be one of the main shopping and commercial streets. Typically, housing in these areas involves living over the shop. In assessing these applications, however, officers noted that the adjacent property at number 49, although currently vacant, is residential in nature, and that the original use of this entire terrace was as single dwellings, and therefore there is a history of residential use at the site. Weight is also given to the potential for this listed building to be brought back into use. The works proposed to the property are considered to be sympathetic to the host property, and the materials are considered appropriate to the historic building fabric. Officers are of the opinion that the refurbishment of this property will enhance the conservation area. While the proposal will only provide 2 encouraged parking spaces for flat 2, there is an on-street space to the front of the property. In addition, officers have considered the net reduction in spaces required from the previous use of an office, which is 12 spaces, and therefore this proposal represents betterment. In addition, officers have considered that the parking standards document and DCAN 8 allows for the relaxation of the parking standards in town centres. In this case, there are both on and off street car parking close proximity to the site, and the bus station is 140 metres northeast of the site, or about 270 metres from door to door. While a rear yard is being provided, which will provide bin storage and amenity for each of the 4 flats, only flat 2 will have direct access to this area from their flat. The remaining flats will access this area from Loudon Mews to the rear of the site. While this amenity area is restricted in size and the access for the 3 of the flats is not considered to be ideal, officers are mindful that the mall is in close proximity to the site and is about 160 metres northeast of the site. Officers are of the view that in this instance, greater weight ought to be given to the potential to bring this historic asset back into use. Members are advised that consultations were favourable, with Historic Environment Division requesting conditions which have been detailed in the report. The exception to this is NI Water, who advised that the foul sewer network is at capacity. Notwithstanding this, officers are mindful that this building already has a connection to the existing foul sewer network, and that the proposal to change the use from offices to residential use will not increase foul waste being discharged to the foul sewer. Members are advised that no objections were received in relation to either application. Officers are therefore content that the proposal complies with all relevant planning policies and recommend that members grant planning permission and listed building consent subject to the conditions set out in the reports. And I'll just take you through the presentation, please. So this is our location. We are right in the centre of Armagh City. Next slide, please. That's our site location plan. Next slide. That's an aerial photograph of the site, so you can see that we're in close proximity there to the mall that's immediately to the right. The bus station is just to the north of that slide. This is a close-up. You can see our site is the one with the grass in the rear yard. Next slide, please. So this is a front elevation of what's known as the 7 houses. There are currently only 6. Number 7 is currently being rebuilt. This is a Google Street View image because it was a better one to get all of them in. Next slide, please. So this is the front elevation of the dwelling in question, the one with the red door. Next slide, please. So this is the basement level from the front of the property. Next slide, please. So these images show the rear elevation taken from within the site. So the one on the left shows the rear return, and then the one on the right then shows the full rear elevation. That spiral staircase is to be removed. This is from within the same site looking back, and these are the properties on Loudon Mews. So access to the site is through that alleyway. Next slide, please. So this is another Google Images because this actually was able to get us over the wall, so you can see the rear of the properties. So you'll see that some of the other properties do have rear extensions out the back as well. Next slide, please. So this is taken from Loudon Mews looking back up. So views are limited. Sorry. Our access is actually the point, the second one, the furthest away in the picture to the right-hand side. Next slide, please. So this, the left image is our existing front elevation, and the one on the right is our proposed. So essentially there's not much change other than a set of steps down to the basement level. Most of it's being refurbished where possible, and if need be, to be replaced with like-for-like materials. Next slide, please. This is the rear elevation. So again, very similar in terms of what's existing and proposed. The main differences being that the doors that currently open out onto the spiral staircase will be replaced by doors. And then the rear extension is being replaced by a new one, which is only fractionally larger. Next slide, please. This is a proposed section which shows you the side elevation of that proposed extension. Next slide, please. So this is floor plan for the ground floor flat known as flat 1. Next slide. This is the lower ground floor, flat 2. Next slide. That's flat 3 on the first floor and flat 4 on the second floor. And finally, this is a site layout which indicates the 2 car parking spaces and some bin storage in the rear amenity space. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trudy. Okay, members, any questions or queries relating to these applications? Not seeing any lights on. The only query I'd have is be in terms of, we're talking about, as mentioned, a historic asset. So I'm taking that all of the various renovations and alterations will be in keeping with the architecture and theme. And as you mentioned, similar replacement materials and so on to keep the aesthetics of the building in keeping with the others along that row there. Trudy?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there's been extensive consultation with HED, and they're content that all the materials and the method to be used will be acceptable. And they've also asked for an extensive list of conditions which are detailed in the report to make sure that everything complies and will be sympathetic to the building. It's really bringing it back into its original state that they're trying for in terms of what we'll see from the outside. Thank you.
Thanks, Trudy. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, sure. Just clarification, just sort of, I think Trudy said the doors are being replaced as doors in the elevation, but I think it's windows, Trudy, isn't it? The doors being replaced to windows, aren't they? That's okay. That's thanks. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Trudy confirmed that. Wouldn't like to be walking out those doors. Okay, members, any other questions? Okay, moving to the debate stage. Any views on this one, members? Suppose myself, we see the sort of state of the building. It's a bit of a tired, maybe, heading to, dilapidated state if it's allowed to go on. So it's sort of welcome that this has come before us today, and hopefully will provide a bit of regeneration and rejuvenation to that building. And as Trudy mentioned, bring it back into the historic nature of Armagh in particular will be, positive to see. So I'd be inclined to agree with the recommendations here in this one. Any other views, Councillor Nicholson?
Yeah, sure. Pretty much agree with you. And it's great to see living in our city centres and town centres. So again, we talk about this in committee. So yeah, I think in relation to a bit like yourself, Chair, I'm pretty supportive of it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Okay, members, not seeing any lights on, so we'll move into the decision phase. Okay, as we're dealing with 2 separate applications, I'll take them one at a time. So the first one, Appendix 5, LA08/2020/1561/F, that's the full plan permission. Any proposals relating to this application? Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, sure. Again, as we've said, happy to propose. Sure, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nixon. Councillor Wilson.
Yes, happy to propose, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see a historic building brought back to life and encouraging town centre living. So happy to second that proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. So a proposal from Councillor Nicholson, seconded by Councillor Wilson to accept the recommendations. Is there any proposals relating to this application? Any other proposals? Not seeing, members. So all agreed on that one? Okay, we're all agreed. So we'll move on to Appendix 6, which is again that's the building consent. So LA08/2021/0032/LBC. Any proposals relating to this one? Councillor McClelland.
Yes, Chair, happy to propose that we accept the officer's recommendation in relation to this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McLeod. Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd be happy to second that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Anderson. Okay, members, we have a proposal that's been seconded on the floor. Any others? Not seeing any, so all agreed on that proposal to accept the recommendation? Okay, all agreed. Thank you, and thank you, Trudy, for taking us through that presentation. Okay, members, on to Appendix 8. It's application number LA08/2021/1076/F. I'm handing over to Rushing Hamill, Principal Planning Officer, to present a report and PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you, Chair. This application is a full application for a 2-storey extension to a dwelling to provide a sunroom and bedroom at 2 Terrace View in Warringstown. The application is being presented to committee as the applicant is a planning officer of the council. The application site is occupied by a 2-storey end terrace dwelling finished in white render. A vehicular access to the rear meaty space of the terrace of dwellings runs along the exposed northern gable of the dwelling to be extended. The application site lies within the settlement development limits of Warringstown as defined by the Craigavon area plan. The application seeks permission to erect a 2-storey extension to the host dwelling with a flat roof. The extension is to be constructed on the footprint of the existing single-storey sunroom and involves the provision of a sunroom on the ground floor and an extra bedroom on the first floor. The extension will have one window on the northern gable and patio doors to the rear at ground floor level, and the extension proposes one window on the rear elevation at first floor level. The application has been assessed against the policy requirements of the addendum to PPS 7. As set out in the report, officers are satisfied the proposal is acceptable in terms of scale, massing and design, and will not detract from the appearance and character of the surrounding area. The proposal will not affect the privacy or amenity of neighbouring properties and will not result in the loss of trees or any landscape features, and sufficient space will remain within the curtilage for domestic purposes. A listed building, Warringstown House, is 100 metres from the application site. The site is also 100 metres from a RAF. Officers in consultation with the Historic Environment Division are satisfied that the proposed development is sufficiently removed from both the listed building and archaeological remains, as such it complies with the SPPS and PPS 6 requirements. No objection to the proposal have been received and no concerns have been made by consultees. Officers are recommend that the application be approved subject to the conditions as set out. And I'll just take you through the slides. And obviously this is this is a slide showing you the location of the site within the general area, and the blue arrow shows the location of the property. This is an aerial photograph of the site, and again the blue arrow shows the location of the property. And that's our site location plan. This is the existing site layout, and the proposed extension is in the bottom right-hand corner of the existing dwelling, just where there's an existing small sunroom. And that's the proposed site layout, and you can sort of see where the extension is in the bottom right-hand corner. These are the existing elevations, and again in the bottom right-hand corner you can see a small sunroom, and it's beside the existing rear return. And these proposed elevations show you where the proposed extension will be the flat roof, the 2-storey flat roof extension just beside the existing rear return. These are the existing floor plans. Again, you can see the existing sunroom. And the proposed floor plans, and the area shaded heavier is the proposed extension. This is a view of the existing rear elevation of the property. Again, you can see the small sunroom there that exists at the moment. Another view of the existing rear elevation. And just another view of the sunroom. And another view of the existing sunroom where the proposed extension will be. And that's just showing the proposed extension will take in that area where the existing steps are. That's the existing alleyway that runs along the edge of this terrace property. That's the end of the slides. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Roisin. Can members into the question stage? Any questions on this one, members? Not seeing any lights on. Can attempt to move into the debate stage. Okay, members will move into the debate stage. Is there any views on this one? Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Chair, thanks for the opportunity and thanks, Rush, for the report. I think, well, it's pretty straightforward to me, Chair. It's an extension to a dwelling, and I think the only reason it's here is because it's obviously a member of the council staff. So I'm pretty supportive of it, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Yes, I would concur. Not seeing any other lights on the debate stage, so we'll move into the decision stage. Any proposals on this matter, members? Councillor Duffy.
Just happy to propose the recommendation, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Alderman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and happy to second. Thank you.
Okay, members, we have a proposal on the floor from Councillor Duffy, seconded by Alderman Anderson, to accept the recommendation. Any other proposals on the floor? Not seeing any. Members are all agreed on this one? Okay, members, that's one approved. Just up to me to thank Democratic Services, the Director, Legal Counsel, our planning officers, ICT team, and yourselves, members, for the smooth run of this committee. So just wish us all Hawaii. Good night. You get thanks enough, Councillor Nicholson. Can I just ask the IT team to turn off the live feed, please?